How's it going, everybody? How's everybody doing tonight? I gotta get chat up. Hi there. Hi there, beautiful people. Where are you, chat? Oh, you're all the way over here. Come here. What's up, everybody? Oh, my goodness. Sponge! Bildo! Dice Admiral, Lycus, Dragonus, Narrator Nate. How's everybody doing tonight? Are you guys having a good night? Welcome to the show. You guys know this song? Of course you know this song. You were here when this song was first told to the realms of man. And you'll be here. Why is my head tilted? Did I tilt the world? What's wrong? Oh boy. Welcome, if it isn't Killer Workman. That's what I'm gonna call you. How's it going? We can calm this music down a little bit. Oh my god, the timing was so good. Did you guys see that? It just, I did it. I'm a king of timing. I'm a master of it. Angel, what's up, buddy? Matt, how's it going? Friends, neighbors, countrymen. We have a problem. We have a really, really big problem. I don't know how to... I don't know how to say this. I fucking am really digging, oh, I should probably turn that off. We'll do that in a second. I'm really fucking digging One Piece. The Netflix. Netflix One Piece is amazing. I love it. I like it so much. I am enjoying it so much. And I know, I'm so sorry. I don't know why. I can't help it. I talk so much shit about One Piece. I've yelled from the mountaintops for eons about how I'm never going to watch the anime. Whenever you guys submit D&D Homebrew, and it's One Piece, it's horrible. No offense. I shouldn't look. I shouldn't be so pumped. But guys, it's fucking great. It's so good. It's so much fun. It's great, man. It's just silly. It's good. So I don't know what to tell you. I am so sorry. Listen. There comes a time in everyone's life when they need to learn that, like, there are faults to their elders. You know, you can't always be right. And I'm not saying I'm going to watch the anime. I don't think I'm going to do that yet. I don't think I'm going to watch the anime. But I get the appeal. I get it. It's fun. It's a cool, wacky world. And if the anime is as somewhat self-aware as the show feels, I could see why it's pretty good. I just don't want to watch a million episodes of a thing. But holy moly, guys, fucking, what's his name? Mihawk? Oh my god. I love him. He's so much fun. Mihawk is, I made a video about this. Mihawk is an impossible character. Because Mihawk is, on paper, if you read about... First of all, his name is Dracule Mihawk, and he looks like a fucking vampire. And so, yeah, I guess he looks like a vampire. Yeah, we'll make his name like Dracula. We'll give him the big cross sword. Are there vampires in One Piece? I don't fucking know. But there's a whole vampire thing going on here. Okay, but on paper, Dracule Mihawk... This guy, this is a good picture to illustrate my point. he should be the cringiest, worst character. Like, this is the definition of a bad D&D character. Like, this is what every single teenager, the first time they're playing D&D and they want to be cool and powerful and mysterious but sensual and interesting, all of the, when they want to be all of those things, that this is the guy they're trying to be. But in this show, he works. And I think part of it is that he's like an NPC, basically. He's not one of the main characters. I think another part of it is he is sort of silly. But he's great. I like him so much. Yeah. So anyway, I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't want to like ruin our relationship here. But I want to be honest with you guys. I don't want to keep secrets. You know, we're in this together. You know, we're in this together. You know what I mean? So anyway, I just needed to tell you that that I like One Piece, the Netflix show, and I'm gonna keep watching it. I've watched a whole lot. Why is the wheel on you right now? I don't know, man. Strange days. Guys, we have an interesting thing I want to try today. I just had to finish that. We have an interesting thing I want to try today. So we're going to be doing a call-in show, but we're also going to be doing some homebrew review. We're going to be going back and forth. But, and this is an experiment. People were already whining about it in the Discord. But this is the experiment. I have a phone number now that is like a phone number that you can call that will get on the show. Like a phone number. Like beep, boop, 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 boop. So you don't have to deal with all the rigmarole of getting into Discord or any of that. I'm not sure if it's going to work better or worse than doing Discord call-in show. Is a were-owlbear possible as a druid? Adam, you've yelled that a lot. Why'd you yell that so much? I think that a were-owlbear could be possible as a druid. I think it really depends on your dungeon master. If I was your dungeon master and it was really special and important to you that you had the ability to become an owlbear and you were like, this is like a really important part of the character I want to play, I would probably bake it into your subclass or I would make it a magic item. But normally you can't turn into an owlbear, unfortunately. Why, you ask? Well, mostly because owlbears are monstrosities. And you can't wild shape into a monstrosity. You know? You don't know. But that's the reason. Rude? That's not rude. I gave him an answer. Unless somebody else was being rude. Anything is possible with the power of imagination. I suppose that's true. Are we doing that instead of the Discord or together with? I think I'm going to do a little bit of... I'm going to try to do together with the Discord. Because I'm realizing that I know that... Listen. You're allowed to complain. And I'm allowed to complain about you complaining. So long as you... Let me rephrase that. You're allowed to complain, and I'm allowed to complain about your complaining, so long as I respect your complaint, and you respect my complaint about your complaint. Does that make sense? No, I don't want you to call from Russia. Unless you're calling from Russia with love. Zero accountability. Amen. We're going to try it. We're going to see how it goes. But here's what we're going to do. We're going to do both at the same time. So if you're somebody that is in... Actually, here, let me put the instructions up properly. Give me 1 second. Let me just set this up so I'm not being annoying. Okay. Okay, I think I have it set up. Save. Save. We're going to just see how it goes. Let's try this. We're going to go away you. And appear you. There you go. So now there's 2 ways you can join the stream call. You can give me a phone call. Or you can join the stream waiting room. And you might be like, stream waiting room? I can't get into that stream. I can't get into there. That's because it's hidden. But I'm going to open it up right now. All right. The stream waiting room is open. I probably should turn my phone on. There we go. Phone is turned on. So yeah, you can call in on a phone or you can join the stream waiting room. Either one. Either is an option. How's everybody doing tonight? Good? I hope so. We already got some people in the waiting room. Great. Let's just start. Let me grab Butt Poncho. What's up, Butt Poncho? You gotta unmute, my guy.
Yeah, I know. It was just sudden.
Welcome,
it was just really
welcome.
sudden. I didn't have much time to prepare. Okay. Hello.
You know, can I tell you a random... Oh, that's
Okay.
louder than I wanted it to be. Wait a second, I need to fix that immediately. See, this is why it's good to be doing tests. There we go. Okay, I think now it's gonna work. So, my dentist is Russian, and I saw him today. That was a connection I wanted to make. But anyway, how are you? What's up?
Doing fine. Yeah.
What can
Much less tired than last time.
Oh, good, good, good. What can I do for you today?
Yeah. Right. So my question is it's kinda not D&D related. It's more TTRPG related. So
Sure.
when I'm DMing, I have notes. You know, you gotta have notes, right?
For
So
sure.
my problem with notes is that I'm really bad at keeping them organized, and I use pen and paper all the time. I don't have like a laptop.
Yeah.
So I have like a bunch of notebooks where I write a lot of stuff. And I was curious if you had some ideas or like the ways you do it, I guess, when it comes to organizing your like plot lines, locations, the character interactions, all that. Because as much as I manage, it's always annoying when I have to scroll through like flip through like 10 pages in order to find something.
Mm-hmm. I mean, so okay, yeah. So first of all, this is an issue that I also have, that I have had for a long time, and I still struggle with. So I think it's first of all a very common issue. The second thing is what I started to do that was helpful was I started to have essentially. I tried organizing by... I wasn't because initially I was like, here's all my NPCs, here's all my magic item stuff. I stopped doing it that way, and I started organizing almost like as thought bubbles. So I would have like a specific... Or I would organize like around like a place. So I'll have like a Word document or a file that is like, this is this town. These are the people that are connected to this town. This is the things that are happening around this town. And basically, that way it's like, I know if they're in this place, this is the thing that matters. And I feel like for me, at least, place and location is a easy thing to tie people to. Like I can keep track of that in my head for some reason. I can remember, okay, like I can kind of remember where people are tied to, and that works as a good anchor for me. Other people in the chat are saying Notion. I don't know if you know Notion, but Notion is a really good...
Oh, I know what Notion is. It's not very easy to use on a phone.
Oh, yeah. No, Notion is impossible to use on a phone.
It's really annoying, and I just have a phone. I don't have like a tablet or anything.
Yeah,
Otherwise,
yeah.
I wouldn't have the questions, honestly. Yeah.
I feel like... Can you make subfolders in like notes on the phone?
Yeah, probably can, but I don't know. I just find the tiny screen to be a bit difficult. Plus, it looks kind of wonky when you start to like.
Then if you're doing it, then you're doing it not on. Yeah. So if you're doing it not in a document, I would think a little bit about like, what are the things that are the easiest for you to draw your mind to, and use those as your anchor point. So like if it is like, okay, physical location, I can sort of keep track of that. You just have a physical folder for this place, a physical folder for this place. So you're not going through notebooks and notebooks and notebooks. You have one folder that you pull out that you know when you need a certain thing. Google Docs also allows you to make folders, true too, but I think the goal is here not to be too sitting on the phone. Don't be sorry, Sarah. I'm figuring out the phone shit. I'm gonna call again in a second. But yeah, that's my thought. My thought is you got to figure out like an anchor point to sort of build off of, or you know, a key cataloger that is going to be something that is your comfort zone to like be like, okay, this is where I'm going to start my journey.
Yeah, that's basically the same idea I had.
Yeah,
because otherwise it's really hard to get to.
Because it's like if you, yeah, if you're, yeah. I mean, the other thing, and this is not like the most fun, but like, you know, just be realistic with your limitations. And if you are, you know, if you know that you don't, if you know that it's like a struggle to like keep track of all of these notes in a way that is frustrating to the point where it's like making you have less fun and detrimental to the game, maybe adjust to the scale and scope of your game a little bit so that you don't have to keep such a wide diversity of notes.
Maybe it's just there are expectations from me.
Yeah.
But yeah, I understand.
Because I do think there is an element of there isn't just a quick fix, especially if you don't have access to that much tech to mess around with. It's a matter of like figuring out what you can do with what you have on hand, you know?
Yeah. Understandable.
Yeah.
Thanks.
All right, man. See ya.
Yeah, see ya.
Click. All right. I am receiving calls. People can call in on the call-in phone too. I just, if you call in when I'm on the phone with somebody else, I'm going to hit a button, so you're not going to get picked up. But I think I made it work. I had it working before where you couldn't hear the ring. I don't like that you can hear the ring. That doesn't make me happy. I don't like it. It's upsetting to me. All right, let's try this. I see someone calling. I'm going to pick up in 1 second. I hate that I hear the ring. Hello, how's it going?
Oh, hey, how's it going?
Welcome to the show.
Right on. I didn't know they'd get through.
Oh, yeah, you got through. How can I help you today?
Hey. Nothing. I don't even really have a question or concern. I just want to talk about a homebrew from maybe a different perspective. I got into, like, improv and comedy before I got into D&D.
For sure, for
sure. So I'm
sure.
learning the rules as I go along. And I'm kind of including a lot of homebrew stuff. And one of them I'm doing recently is each character owns their own bodega in a magical New York City.
Okay.
Or like a mini mart type thing, and they get to like run their own store.
Okay.
But also NPCs nearby run their own shops and stuff. And one of them's the big bad, kind of trying to sabotage their store.
Yeah.
And basically, they just have to try to either A, work together, or B, try to like get the other player's store corrupted first. And like, it's kind of weird because I see some people like instantly become friends with another person they like in the group. Like, all right, we're gonna work together, trying to find out who the bad guy is. It's like one of you guys might also be the bad guy, and then I see stuff shift a little bit.
I think that could wait. Say that last part again.
One of them might also be the main bad guy. Like they're secretly sabotaging him. So when that piece of information got dropped, I saw kind of alliances kind of get a little shaky. Like,
Yeah, I would not. I'm gonna be honest. I'm never a big fan of turning one of the players into the big bad or making that assumption, because it sort of puts you in a weird position where you have to treat them differently as a player, or like because now they have to survive and they have like there's just a lot that has to happen, and it's one of those things that I think is a cool thing in a movie or in a book, but I genuinely don't think it's a good move for a D&D campaign. I would encourage against it if you have the opportunity to pull out of it. I would.
Oh, none of them are the main bad guy. It was one of those things where they were kind of they kind of you ever see like your players go along the wrong path? You're like, I could fix this, or I could let them kind of just keep going down. Because one of the main bad guys is a sweet old lady they've all already ran into.
Mm-hmm.
I know they don't watch the show, that's why I'm saying it.
Mm-hmm.
But later on, they're like, well, what if one of us is it? And I saw another player go, well, that'd be impossible. And I'm
Mm.
like, I'm not going to say anything. I lean back, and
No,
they all
yeah,
kind of just
I see.
rolled with it.
Yeah, no, that's
And I'm
cool. I
like,
think that's cool when that happens. I just wouldn't count on that because it puts you in a tricky situation.
no. Also, sometimes my players can't make it, so it's like the main bad guy's Derek, and he's not here. So,
Mm. All right.
yeah.
Yeah, it sounds pretty cool. People in the chat seem to think it sounds fun. It kind of reminds me a little bit of Sleeping City, Sunken City, the Dimension 20 campaign. They have a campaign that takes place in like magical New York.
Yeah. Oh, and I love that. That was one of my favorite campaigns too. And someone told me to watch that, and I'm watching it like, this is awesome.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man.
Yeah, magical New York and many magical cities I've always loved.
Cool. Well, yeah, sounds cool. Thanks for sharing.
No problem, man. Thank you for having me.
All right, see ya. Click. Doo-doo-doo. Yeah, I don't know, guys. I'm sorry. The fucking background noise. I see you all complaining about it. I saw like 3 of you complain about it. Maybe we just don't do the call-in. Maybe we just keep it on Discord. I like the call-in idea, though. We're gonna see if I can make it work. We're gonna keep it up. If somebody else wants to call in on the phone, they can. We're gonna keep the toodle-doos going. But in the meantime, let's grab somebody else from Discord. Give me 1 second. In the meantime, let's grab somebody else from Discord. We got Sponge Man here coming in next. If you are somebody that wants to call in, you can either go to the waiting room in the Discord, or if you are quick, you can call in between calls or towards the end beginning, and I'll pause at the beginning. All right, let's see. Hello? Sponge Man?
Just got a sec. Give me a second. I gotta mute the video.
No problem. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good. Was not expecting to get in so quick.
I know, it's lightning. Lightning in a bottle. Lightning in an ice cream sandwich inside a giant... How many legs does a bee here have? 12-legged lizard.
Yeah.
What can I do for you today?
So I guess I have a bit of a question about how to deal with a situation that I'm worried is getting to be like a little bit into the problem player territory.
Okay. Oh, wait. Are you the dungeon master or the player in this situation?
I'm the dungeon master.
Okay. Okay. I am framing. Now I'm ready.
All right. So I have a player who's been kind of having issues about not feeling like they're effective enough in their contributions to the party.
Mm-hmm.
And like they've been fairly consistently discussing with me ways that they can like sort of improve their capabilities and sort of provide more benefit to the party. And like I've been fairly compliant with the requests because it's mostly been stuff that's like, oh yeah, that's not gonna break anything. It's like just minor little buffs and stuff to sort of that like they spend time in game working on to make their character more effective for the party.
Mm-hmm.
But like it's been like every session for the past 8-9 sessions, they've been asking for something more each time. And
Can you give me some specific examples? Like, what class are they?
So they're actually playing like a homebrew summoner class.
Okay. Who made it?
I don't remember exactly who made it, but
was it something you found online, or did one of you make it?
It's something he brought to me.
Okay.
It's intended to be a port of the Pathfinder Summoner class.
What does it do?
It gives him a summoned creature that is like relatively mobile, relatively tanky, relatively good damage. Like it's...
Okay, so it's like you have one big pet.
Yes.
Okay. And he feels like it's underpowered. Do you feel like it's underpowered?
I feel like at the current state, it's close to the best damage dealer, like second best damage dealer, has the second best defenses, and is close to the largest health pool in the party.
So where does he feel like he's lacking?
He's actually mostly feeling like he's lacking in out of combat utility.
Did he build his character to be good at combat and not good at out of combat? Like, does the class come with any out of combat features?
So initially, when he brought the class to me, it has spellcasting, but the spell list was almost entirely combat spells. So I've gone through and given him a few more choices for, like, I basically gave him the Artificer's spell list.
Yeah. So like, what is he looking for? Because I feel like at the end of the day, D&D, 99% of the features you get in most of your classes are combat features. Like, there's very few features that are not combat features, and they exist, but they almost all exist in terms of like having to do with either spells or spell-like abilities or skills. Like, what is he at a certain? I mean, has he played D&D before? Like, is he just struggling to figure out how to use his character in roleplay?
I would say this is a guy that I've been playing with for over a year, almost 2 years now.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
and has he played like a fighter before?
Yeah, he played a paladin and a ranger in the campaign before the one we're doing now.
And those issues didn't come up then?
They came up a little with his paladin, who was like, I think he just kind of, for that one, I think he just kind of made a few build mistakes. He like dipped into fighter too early and took warlock levels in a weird
Yeah,
place.
I mean, it's honestly, what it sounds like is he is somebody that is really into the crunch of the game, and is struggling with the part of the game where there isn't crunch. And that's not a mechanics thing, in my opinion. That's just like a play your character thing. I would hesitate against giving him more and more stuff, and I would say, look at the skills that you have. You have Arcana. Arcana can be used in a lot of situations that have nothing to do with combat. You have a tinkering set. You know, you could go, there's a whole element of like you could be engaging with tinkerers, trying to like, learn about inventors or what's going on in the technology of the world. Like, there's a lot that you can do with those things if you feel like you're missing, like, unless it's just like I just want to be able to cast Charm Person. I feel like this just comes down to how you use your abilities and how you use your skills, because most of them can be applied to non-combat things. Especially if he was giving you, asking for something like every session, I would just say no. I would say, look, man, this is a homebrew class that you brought. If you are struggling to make it work, then I think we can do something different. But if you're not having fun with this, I don't want to keep changing it. It seems unfair to the other players. It's taking up too much time for me, and it's starting to feel like a nuisance for me, I would just be honest.
I know recently, I've been letting him sort of learn to do enchanting and stuff, and he's definitely been pretty happy about that. Like having the possibility of making like sort of little utility magic items for the party. So I think I'm on the right track there.
I don't know. I mean, I think that could totally work. I always worry about, it's just like, it reminds me of like the kid that wants 100 shiny toys and he doesn't really know that he can do a lot of those things with just like one shiny toy. I always try to encourage my players to like do more with what they have. And I think that if you don't mind doing that extra work for him to like accommodate him wanting more and more stuff, I say go for it. But I think it's totally reasonable to be like, hey man, I've already made a bunch of adjustments to this game. This is a homebrew class that you brought in. I don't know what to tell you. This gets as much stuff as anything else. So like, if you're not enjoying it, you could try something else. I don't know. Yeah, I would just get, at a certain point, that would just start to really annoy me. I would encourage you to, unless like I might be projecting a little bit here, but if you aren't really bothered by this, then do whatever. But if you are starting to feel bothered by this, I'd say put your foot down.
No, it's been starting to grate on me, so it's definitely pretty validating to hear you agree.
Yeah, totally. And I mean, the thing that makes me initially raise my eyebrows here is the fact that it's a homebrew class. Not because there's anything wrong with using a homebrew class, but I feel like when somebody introduces a piece of homebrew to a game, there's a whole bunch of pieces that come into play psychologically there, where it's like, does everyone feel like it's balanced? Is it too strong? Is it like, does everyone understand how it works? There's a lot of pieces like that. But another piece of it is that because we usually come into this mindset towards homebrew, like we'll change it if we need to, is like a healthy mindset. It also creates a weird space for people to second guess things more than they would if it was an official piece. So I'm wondering if he feels more justified in saying this doesn't have enough because it's homebrew, because it's not like from the book. But because I don't know, it's one of those things where it's like you can put too much color on the canvas. It can just get real muddled.
Yeah.
But yeah, so yeah, and at the end of the day, if you're like getting sick of it, that's all that really matters.
All right. I guess that's all I really had to ask. So thank you for talking.
Yeah, man, no problem. Peace. That's how we do it. We call, we hang up, we call again. I've been wanting to make a homebrew class where you turn into a sword during combat. Any idea how I would do that so the DM and the players don't hate you? I'm not sure why you think they would hate you. Would that be fun? Here, wait, we got an incoming call. 1 second. I can't hear you yet. I can't hear you yet. I'll be able to hear you in a second. Hello, I can hear you.
Oh, hey, man. I didn't actually expect to get through.
Welcome to the show. How can I help you? What's up?
Great, as a long-time listener, I may have to leave in between. If that happens, just continue the show without me.
No problem.
Sorry about that.
It's okay. What can I do for you
So
today?
I'm running a D&D thing for a lot of my friends, and there's this thing I want to do where I want to have my a big bad guy change the way he's doing magic. Oh, wait. Sorry.
You cut out. You said you have a big bad guy. He's doing magic, and then you cut out.
Sorry. Well, the idea is that he's going to be like the leader of a cult choir, and I want him to start out like with like that little thing that the. Oh, can you hear me?
You have a big bad guy, magic, cult choir. Those are the things that I've heard.
Okay, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I heard you say cult choir, and then you cut out again.
Okay, I think it's because I had the stream on as well as like talking to you. I'll just turn the stream off.
Are you there?
Yes. Yeah, I'm there. Hey, so the main idea, I guess, is just I want to be able to have midway through the fight for him to like, well, not midway through. I want him to start off like a little bit easy, and then I want him to pull out a guitar and have that work as both a magical wand and a great axe. I want to.
Amazing
what's
idea.
The best way for me to do that? You can't hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you. You don't need to. You're good. You're good. Yeah, it's an amazing idea. I love the idea. I think that if I were you, I would probably have it be like a staged fight. So not a staged fight, but like time it. So like round 1 of combat, this is gonna happen. Round 2 of combat, he is going to do the special move where he takes out his guitar and starts playing it. Round 3 of combat, the amps are gonna ignite and stuff. You know, like, so it's sort of like the music amps up as he's playing music. But you could really do it. I don't think you need to have it start immediately, but something along those lines where round 1, he's just talking on stage. Round 2, he takes out his guitar, starts playing. The other thing that I was gonna suggest doing is you should prepare music that is fitting for the fight at different stages of the fight. So like,
yeah, I was gonna talk with my Codium for that. He's really good at making music for fights a little bit, like taking actual songs and like remixing them a bit for that.
Cool.
So
Yeah, because that will be really, really fun. And there's in MCDM, Matt Koval's company has monsters that they have boss actions. And boss actions are special moves that they can do once per combat, and they have to do them in a specific order. So if they have 3 boss actions, round 1 of combat, they can do the first one. Round 2 of combat, they can do the second one. Round 3 of combat, they can do the third one. And it's supposed to create like cinematic moments. They're not tied to the action economy. They're almost like layer actions. And
I like that.
and you could basically use those as transitions of him like amping up the band. You know?
I'm thinking about having it like start out with like normal choir music, and then when we pull out the guitar, it like changes to heavy metal music, like D20 Deathmatch theme.
Yeah.
They have.
Yeah.
Anyways, I think that answered my question. Thank you so much for having me, CinderBlock. I'll continue watching. Thank you for once again answering.
All right, get out of here, you crazy guy. All right. The phone works. What's up, chat? Okay, wait, let's talk to that guy that said he wanted to make his, he wanted to be a sword. Why do you want to be a sword? What's the goal? Is the goal that you, like what? The thing is, D&D combat is all about, like, is your goal that you don't want to do anything in combat? Do you genuinely want it to be like combat starts and then somebody is wielding you and they get a buff and you kind of sit back? Or do you want it to be like you are still a part of combat, but you are limited in what you do, in that like you are a sword, so like you have to like cast spells from your position or whatever. I'm not exactly sure what the goal is, but I think whatever the goal is going to be really important in figuring out how to do that in a way that will actually work well. Because I think that if I want another player to use you, I want to still play. They don't think I'm useless. But then, like, what do you want? Like, what's this? So, like, how do you still play? Like, why do you want to be like? Okay, let me rephrase this. Controversial opinion guy. Here's the question, and I want you to answer me, and I don't want you to say because it's cool, because a million things are cool. Why do you want to be a sword in combat? What do you want to get out of it? Because I think that will answer, that is the true way to answer your question, is to start from there. Why is it something that you want to do? Killer Workman. I saw you got excited when I said your name, so I'm saying it again. Killer Workman! I have had one idea that I've been struggling to figure out how to balance and make fun. What's your idea? I'm going to pull somebody else, and I'm going to pull in Hold Action. Hey, Hold Action, what's up?
Oh, hey.
Welcome to the show.
Sorry, am I too hot on the mic?
No.
All right, great. Yeah, I'm doing well. Welcome back.
Thank you. Back to the world of the flesh and the living. What can I do for you today?
Hey, actually, I was wondering if so I guess I can give you, if you don't mind, a little context.
I do not mind.
So I guess I've been playing Dungeons and Dragons since the Stone Age, and unfortunately, a few years ago, I had an accident while rafting, and I don't remember much. But I've kind of got into creative writing to kind of piece things all together, and I've had, I like D&D, I like writing, and so many things just, I feel like, kind of naturally translate to Dungeons and Dragons mechanics. But where I really struggle is scale and proportion. So, and knowing where things fit into the power structure. So what I guess would be a good measure to use? I mean, after you've looked over all of the other subclasses and really tried to flesh out your piece, I guess, what's a good measure to use to figure out whether it's you're over the target?
That is a very good question. Also, that is a crazy story. I'm not just gonna ignore that crazy story. That's wild. I'm glad that you are finding things to do and being good and having fun and making D&D stuff. Also, rafting is intense. But In terms of balancing out the power of a thing, I think there are a bunch of different metrics that you can try to use. There's in the DMG, there's like tables for how much damage monsters should do or have health they should have. Last night, GM Workshop was talking about a mathematical equation that he basically does to try to balance it out. I think due to the nature of how diverse abilities can be, the best way to gauge it is a combination of like making sure that if you're doing something, making sure that if anything else is doing something similar, that it's like similar in how much it's doing it. But more so, I think it comes down to being conscientious of how much certain abilities and features impact the game. Because there are certain things like bounded accuracy is a really important thing to think about when you're doing homebrew, which is how like bonuses to hit and AC, because those numbers very intentionally do not ever get super big. So there's an element of like, you just need to be conscientious of if you are giving something a massive bonus to hit, that is going very hard against a pretty core component of the game, as opposed to giving something a massive damage can still be overpowered, but it's almost easier to include without breaking things, because bounded accuracy matters more than hit points a lot of the time. The other thing that I would say is, depending on what you're making, just honestly just look at the other things that you think are the strongest of that thing. So, like, when I'm trying to balance a barbarian, I'm looking at the zealot barbarian, and I'm looking at the beast barbarian. When I'm trying to balance a fighter, I'm looking at, like, the echo knight, the battle master, the psi knight, the rune knight. When I'm looking at when I'm trying to make a ranger, I'm looking at, like, the gloom stalker, the fey wanderer, the monster slayer, maybe. So it's sort of a matter of just, like, comparing and contrasting. There isn't really a hard and a fast rule. It's a lot of comparison. And then just like, you know, coming to terms with certain abilities influence the game more or less in different ways.
Okay. And you'd said when you reviewed my bee barbarian a couple weeks ago.
Oh yeah. By the way, wonderful concept.
I
such
appreciate that.
Genuinely flavorful and evocative. Very, very, very fun idea.
Well, I'd like you to know I've actually taken I watched the VOD over and over, and I've taken everything that I could glean from the chat and from yourself. And I've even had some other after I revised it, I've had other people look at it. I've revised it again. I've put a lot of love into it, and I'm really eager to share it again. But I'm still not quite sure if it's like if it's quite there yet, because I think it is like toy making, and I feel like it could be a cool toy. But I want it to work right.
Yeah, I mean, well, let me give you, if I can instill a bit of confidence into you. I am not smarter than the collective of the people that are doing peer review stuff in Discord. If you have a handful of people giving you feedback, and at least one of them you feel like they know what they're talking about, even if the others you feel like they don't know what they're talking about, you can still sort of glean stuff based on how they feel. But my opinion is not really more valid than anyone else's, and I think that you can, with confidence, decide a piece is done when you think it's ready. If you feel like your piece is ready, it might just be ready. That's the thing. Like, it's one of those things where it's like, and you said you were doing, like, it's with writing, I feel the same way. It's like, you have to figure out when to put the pen down, and you could go back and forth with edits till the cows come home, but at a certain point, you just got to decide, I think it's ready. So if you feel like it's ready, it might be ready. You know, you don't need me to green light anything. I'm just some random jabroni on the internet, you know?
Well, yeah, but I mean, I appreciate your input, and well, it's not just that, but it's a good place to get it out there, show it off, and at the same time, it's there's a sort of pleroma of information that I get from the chat as well. I got so much from the chat from that review. I was
Yeah, they're
very
smarter than
pleased.
me, dude. They're smarter than me.
Oh, they're brilliant. I feel like a lot of the time I'm just blowing smoke when I'm typing.
Yeah, that's all I'm doing most of the time anyway. You and me both.
Well, it feels pretty good though.
Yeah, but anyway, I'm glad that you're feeling so good about the bee barbarian, because I think it's a wonderful example of a kind of silly idea taken seriously to an extent where it becomes a serious idea, and that is a wonderful thing.
I've definitely become more passionate about it than I thought it would be. I thought I would give it a whirl and it would be over, but I'm like, no, this is heckin' fun.
Cool. I'm glad you like it.
I
All right,
appreciate
buddy.
you.
Yep. See ya. Click. That was hold action. He's holding all sorts of action. Just got here. Bee Barbarian sounds fun. It is fun. Hey, Sally, what's your opinion on custom ores and magic plant homebrew? What do you mean custom ores? Like new minerals? I wrote a bunch of different planar metals once. I made Riptide, which was the elemental metal from the realm of water, and I made Zephyr Steel, which was the metal from the plane of air, and I made something called Strigzer or something. I forget where it was, but some sort of Shadowfell metal. So I think they're cool. I'm pro them. I'm into them. I accept them. Let's pull, let's see. Do I have anyone calling? I should probably check. I don't think so. Oh, I do have someone calling. Hey, 1 second. I'll be able to hear you in a second. Hello.
Hello.
How's it going? Welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me.
How can I help you this evening?
Well, I'm pretty new to Dungeons and Dragons. My brother got me into it.
Mm-hmm.
But as I've gotten into it more and more, I've really wanted to try to create homebrew and even possibly become a DM.
Sure. I think that both of those things are very realistic goals. I don't think you even need to try that hard. I think you could just start. What is preventing you from taking the leap?
Well, sometimes it's really hard to focus on actually reading like the modules or pre-mades.
Mm-hmm. How much D&D have you played as a person, as a player?
I've done like 10 or so sessions with my family members.
Okay, well, I'm going to tell you something right now. I played D&D 4 times before I started trying to be a dungeon master. Just 4 times. And I tried to run a module. I tried to run Lost Mines of Phandelver, which is like the opening module, and I couldn't. I really struggled, and I felt like it was homework that I couldn't get through. It was really hard for me to read. Basically, what allowed me to start being a dungeon master in a way that felt comfortable was I started making up my own campaign. So what I would do is I would take things from modules, like I would maybe take a puzzle or a dungeon or an encounter from modules, or from things that people wrote online or from third-party books. But then I would just plug them into my own game. And my initial game was very simple. I was basically go from A to B and along the way encounter weird stuff. And that weird stuff was like I would read about a cool dungeon online and I would just try it. So I think that there's very little you need to prepare to start being a dungeon master other than the session that you want to run. Does that make sense?
Yes, that does make sense. I actually was looking into the Lost Mines of Phandelver. I have it right next to me, actually.
It's not a bad opening. It's not a bad opening module, but I will say some people have an easier time running campaigns from a module, and other people have an easier time running campaigns from their own imagination. Like and there's not a right or wrong way to do it. One of my favorite people to play D&D with is a buddy of mine, and he ran Curse of Strahd, and he loves using modules. So he was getting all of these extra books and resources, and he turns it into like a research project. And that's the way that some people like to do it. I can't run the games like that, to the point where like it feels, I don't like it, because I want to be able to run a module because modules seem cool, but I just struggle to do all of the reading and to retain all the information. I'm much better as a semi-improvisational sandbox dungeon master. So I don't think you should worry too much. The other thing that I would say is if you start very small, it's not so hard, right? You don't need to run a campaign. Just try running a dungeon. Sit around with your family, have everybody make characters, and have them have to save someone from a cave that they got attacked by giant insects. And the whole adventure is them going through the cave and saving this person. Doesn't need to be more than that. And then, that could probably take up a couple hours. And then at the end, if you felt good about it, maybe we'll do a session after that. You don't need to start big. You can start very small. And oftentimes when you do that, when you focus on the small first and make sure that you get that, you don't worry about the massive story, it will allow you to grow into being comfortable enough to feel like you can take on that massive story. And it might even start to evolve a story that you didn't expect because it just started to. So I would say go for it. I would say start as soon as you can if you feel excited to, and don't worry about starting too big.
I really appreciate that.
Yeah, man. No problem. Thank you for the call. Any final thoughts before I hang up on you?
Oh, yeah. One last thing.
Sure.
When it comes to homebrew, how do you have any advice about balancing barbarian subclasses?
Yeah, sure. Barbarian's one of my favorite subclasses. Here's a quick rundown. At 3rd level, the barbarian should get probably 2 features, or one good feature and maybe 1 ribbon feature. The good feature should be tied to their rage mechanic, so it's like activated by their rage. It's on while they're raging, something like that. At 6th level, they should get something that feels sort of defensive or utility, like movement speed, weird resistance things, just an extra sort of power. At 10th level, they usually get something. At 10th level, they usually get something pretty big. And then at 14th level, they often will get something that will tie back into that original original thing. Oh, hello? Hello? Did I hang up on you? Did you hang up on me? Hello? Now I'm confused. I'm on the phone with someone.
Oh, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Jesus.
There we go.
I hung up on the other guy by accident. I'm sorry, other guy. I'm getting new with this phone system. How's it going, buddy?
Good. How about you?
I'm doing well.
So I just want to get some advice from you, right?
Sure.
So there's like kind of a problem. There's been a lot of blacks moving into my neighborhood.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. I could tell very quickly what that was going to be. I got to be honest. You guys got to be a little quicker if you're going to be scumbags. Here, let me just block this person. Okay. Boop. Yeah. Yeah, listen, them piece of shits are out there, guys. They're out there. Let's grab Lycus. Hello, Lycus. How's it going?
Hello. Give me 1 second to mute. Hello.
Oh,
yeah, I needed to mute you real quick.
yeah, no problem.
Wow, okay. First time actually watching one of your streams all together.
Welcome, welcome. I hope you're enjoying it so far.
I have. I've been a long time watcher of your shorts and all that stuff.
Cool.
but I've been homebrewing. Just a little backstory: I've been homebrewing for past 11, 12 years, and for the past 2.5 years, I've been working on a D&D module, a whole campaign, and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw that you're reviewing homebrew, and I actually sent one of my mechanics to you for
cool.
review. Yeah. And I asked a question in there that I thought I could ask here as well.
Sure. Yeah, please.
When you're creating something that big that is interweaving so much, how do you know when to say that the mechanic is okay to stop working?
Wait, ask that again.
When you're working on such a big mechanic that interweaves through so many different parts of your whole module system that you're creating, how do you know when to stop working on a mechanic? How do you tell yourself, okay, this is good where it's at?
I think that at a certain point, especially if you're asking yourself that, there's a couple things you can do. One thing that you can do is you can start showing it to other people and just getting their thoughts. Seeing if they're like, just if it feels cool, if it feels like there's things missing, if it's confusing, if it's too much, if it's not enough. Other people's perspectives are going to be incredibly helpful, because what you have to keep in mind is that you have been thinking about this a lot, and your brain is very strong. Your brain is a very strong thing. So when you have a very strong brain, it does a lot of pattern combining on its own. So it is going to be filling the gaps of things that you might not be filling in the actual work, because you are just so familiar with it. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, if you don't have people to show it to, or if you just don't want to start showing it to people yet, or if you want to do this in addition, is you can kind of do that same trick to yourself. And the way that you do that is you take the piece, the document, whatever it is, you put it away, and you don't look about it, and you try not to think about it for between a week and 2 weeks. And then you grab it and you look again. And when you look again, you look with fresh eyes, because you are going to, all of those neuron patterns that you have been like building up to figure out, to help you like understand your own writing, will have subsided enough that you have sort of a fresh opinion, and you're going to notice a lot of things that you probably wouldn't have noticed before, whether that means, oh, this is a lot, or there's pieces that feel like they're missing. And I feel like that's a good way to think about not just this project, but really anything that you're writing, whether you're doing creative writing or homebrew or art or anything. Putting distance between yourself and the work before you decide whether it's done or not, or how much more is needed, can be very helpful.
Yeah, thank you. That actually helps a lot.
Yeah, man. No problem. All right, I hope I get to see the mechanic.
Yeah, so do I.
All right, cool. Thank you for the call.
Thank you.
Yep.
Bye.
Bye. Click. Oh, man. Listen, guys. We all knew we were going to get at least one jabroni phone call. We all knew it. Not this most recent guy. This was just a normal guy. We're going to see. We might get more, but we're going to see. I'll tell you what. If we get a bunch more, I'll just stop doing this. But we'll see. I can just block people, you know? Hey, what's up? I can't hear you yet, but I'll be able to hear you in a second. Hey, what's up?
Yeah, let me take you off speaker. Can you hear?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
I can't believe I actually got to you.
Welcome.
This is great. Well, you said that you can't possibly start too big. Well, let's see how I've taken too big a bite. You can tell me that I started way too big then.
Okay. I'm so pumped.
Yeah, all right. So I made it to 35 before I got bit with D&D. The wife got me started on it. All right.
Mm-hmm.
I have now finally pulled a comb across all of the friend networks and have bejeweled all of the cat turds who love D&D. And there's like 12 of them, and they all are super excited and all want to come have a great big campaign with me. And I've never had one session before, and I'm going to DM for them, and it's going to be amazing. So now you can tell me that that's too big of a bite to chew,
So you're trying to run a 12-person game.
It's going to probably be set up on 2 different nights, everything within canon, and it's all based around a particular goal, and I'm willing to go with it for as long as it needs to be done.
Well, you know what? I'm going to say maybe something that you're not going to expect. But I had a very, very, very similar first experience with the D&D. That was almost exactly how I started playing. I had it wasn't quite as many people, but I had a group of 10 people that all wanted to play D&D. And I started by running 2 different groups. And they were both 5 people. And it was a lot. It was hard. I fucked up a lot. And I think a lot of the time it wasn't a super ideal thing. But if you genuinely are excited and have the energy and the time and think running 2 6-person campaigns is going to work, I'd say go for it. The advice that I want to give you is more about running 2 campaigns in the same location. I would make sure that the parties are far enough away from each other that they don't have too much agency over each other yet. I think that you can build towards it, but you want these people to you want them to fall in love with the game of D&D before they fall in love with the game of fucking with each other. And as soon as you have different parties that are all in the same world, there's an element of that that's going to come into play. Often good-natured, but it's going to happen. And it's nice to allow the players and the characters to sort of establish their party and to sort of feel like they have some ownership over the game, whether that means like they save a town and make some allegiances and start to collect some cool magic items and a little bit of renown before they're too concerned about what the other adventuring party is doing. So I wouldn't rush too much into, oh, these guys did this thing last week, so now you guys can't do this thing. I would give them a little bit of space to start. The other thing that I'd suggest is if you do want to have them like on top of each other, like in the same town, you're going to probably want to put some rules in place in terms of how they engage with each other. Like literally out of game rules where it's like if, for example, if I was going to run this, I would probably just flat out make my players make it known to them. It's like, if you want to leave messages to the other group at the bar or something, you can. If you want to leave things around town for them, you can. You can't go into their rooms. You can't take their stuff. When they're not at the table, you can't fuck with them. Something like that to sort of create an element of like
players
engagement.
signed out rules. Can't kill the dude if he signed out on the. Yeah, I feel that. Yeah.
Because that's where it can get tricky. But the real tricky part is running. The more people you have at a table, just the more work you have to do to sort of orchestrate the table. Like you have to be a lot more hands-on in terms of like pacing and telling people to like telling people to shut up sometimes or whatever, like just keeping it going. Like when I was running a group, the most people I ever had in a group was 8. And it was way too much and it split apart quickly. But even when I was running a group for 6 people, I had to instate a timer where it's like, you have to finish your turn in 2 minutes. You have 2 minutes to finish your turn in combat. And the reason for that is, at first you're like, that seems like, that's not that much. Like, that's a lot. But then it's like, okay, well, 6 times 2 is 12. And then you have to account for probably 3 or 4 more minutes for the Dungeon Master. So if everyone takes 2 minutes a turn and the Dungeon Master takes 3 or 4 minutes, that means you're doing something once every 15 minutes, which is still like a lot of sitting around and waiting. So there's going to be some work you're going to have to think about in that regard. But if you're down, it could be a lot of fun. A lot of fun. Also, 35 is not at all too late to get into the game. At all.
Fair enough. Yep. Well, okay. Well, you've got a PhD level worth of a book to be able to impart upon me, and I would love to just have that. But if you don't mind, I would really like to speak a bit more meta, if you will, in the manner of being the person actually hosting these individuals.
Sure.
Told the wife, and we kind of agreed on it. Like, what I want is, everybody have miniatures, because I think that's a big part of the game, and for there to be a fun, new, interesting, not boss, but like interesting character every single week for them to look forward to. And so my question is, going to the game shop, spending that money. Well, I do support my local game shops 100%, but
do you
for
have
that volume?
Do you
what
have
about like 3D printing, or what do you think about that sort of
3D
thing?
printing
Or
is
clay?
great. There's also, oh man, do I have any in my room? Don't know if give me 1 second.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of like real world costs. Like I guess I want to back all the way out and
I
just talk to
totally
you as a man
understand.
who
I
has to,
totally
like,
understand.
Support a household. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
you
Let me.
understand that.
So there's like, what is like 2D Pathfinder minis. So this D&D is not Pathfinder, but if you look up, there are no cardboard minis. So this is something that I use. So I use, if you really care
Cardboard minis.
Yeah, so cardboard minis, Paizo. I don't even know why I should look up D&D. Maybe it's Paizo. Paper minis. So these things, load, you fucking website. So these things are 2-dimensional, and you can buy them in giant boxes, like here. I think you can do it on Amazon, but like you can basically get boxes of, like 400 paper minis, which are just like cardboard little stands that are sort of sized appropriately for player minis, and then they come with plastic stands that you can jam them onto. And I use the Pathfinder ones because they're just really cool monsters. D&D doesn't have D&D specific ones, but if you just look up like paper, like bulk paper minis or like something like that on Amazon, you should be able to find them. They're not super expensive. I feel like it's like $30 for a box, but the box comes with like 100. And I think I ended up buying like 3 or 4, and they're pretty much the only thing I use, and I have never run out of them, and they're all super fucking weird. So there's like really cool ones. Like a lot of them are monsters that are like, that's just a crazy looking creature. So you can have a lot of fun with like making things pretty gnarly. But the last thing that I was gonna say is, when you are talking about you want to have something fun and exciting at every session, I think that's a great attitude to have, but you should think about it like this. That fun new character they're meeting every session, it doesn't need to be a person. It could also be a place. It could also be, it could be an event. Like there should be a thing, a memorable thing every session, but it doesn't actually need to be a person. It should just be a thing. Like, so you don't feel like you need to necessarily have a mini even for every session, for everything. Like if you introduce them to like a crazy psychedelic maze where there's all these weird trippy puzzles and everything's going sideways and backwards, that doesn't need a mini to be memorable.
Right.
And then
it's more of the unveiling. Like the big thing that everybody gets excited about, whenever I watch, your stuff or, the Critical Role stuff for anything else, that's the huge big, here's the wedding cake moment.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Bringing out the barrel.
For sure.
And that's the one little thing that I really would feel like would be a big draw for certain.
Do you have
not PCs but physical people, certain character types?
Yeah.
You know what I'm trying to say
Do you have cardboard and hot glue and a box cutter?
Yep, bro. I'm artistic as all get out. Like I was gonna do clay. Like I thought about going and getting clay and trying to like
clay can work.
Stuff.
So I used to
build. I just wonder about the longevity of clay.
Oh, I mean, I feel like it's the same as minis as long as you're just careful with it.
Yeah.
I used to buy the other thing that can work really well if you have them already. I don't have these anymore, so it's now would be very expensive. But if you have Legos work really well for D&D maps and like building D&D things. But the other thing that I was gonna say is I used to just build maps out of cardboard. And it was great. And it does feel like a big reveal when you put on the table this like giant diorama that is made. Even if it's not painted or anything, just having the shapes there can mean a lot to people. But yeah, that would be my main advice. Look up 2D minis, paper minis, and don't feel like everything needs to be perfect. Like if you are somebody that's comfortable making some stuff yourself, it sounds like you said, you're an artistic guy. It doesn't need to be perfect, and it doesn't need to even last super long if you're using cheap materials. Like if you're just using cardboard, paper, glue, stuff like that, you know, if it lasts you for a session, that's all it needs to last for. But yeah, if you are going to be making your own minis that you want to last a while, I think you just got to be a little gentle with them. Maybe don't let your players get too drunk before they defeat them, because then they smash them accidentally.
There you go. Well, God King Sally, I have taken all of your time. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for the call. All right, buddy. See ya. Click. What a wow, dude! That was great. That was a great call. All right, we're back. You're fairly certain that there's also paper terrain environment props? Oh, that makes sense. All right, let's grab someone else from the Discord. Bildo, did you want to come online, or you just let me just grab you? I'm not sure. Hey, man, did you want to come, or were you doing the thing where you're hanging out, making sure nobody's fucking around?
I'll come in.
What's up, dude?
Hanging out. I don't know. Do you have a question for me? I never have a question.
Yeah. What is your least favorite spell for players to use?
Silvery barbs, but not for the reason you think.
Why? If
Because
not
people
the reason I
misunderstand
think.
it. Instantly, people are like, "I want to give him advantage." Silvery barbs. That's not how it works, my guy.
How does it work?
It's you make somebody roll a second dice. Let's say somebody succeeds a roll, and you're like, silvery barbs. I want to make them re-roll it, and they have to take the second or the lower of the two. Right? It's not even disadvantage. If they have disadvantage, you can make them roll another one, and they have to use those second two dice. Right? But everyone's like, I want to help out my friends, and I want to give them advantage. So I have a friend who likes to split it up, and you can only use half of it to kind of simplify it. So you can only give somebody disadvantage right then, or you can give someone advantage, but it's not actually that. It's just the extra dice, you know?
Okay. I accept.
Silvery barbs. Tossing confusion everywhere.
Other
than that, I have something on the wheel later, but yeah.
I don't really mind silvery barbs, although I haven't really had players really abuse it yet.
I don't mind the abusing of it, and I love how people are like, silvery barbs, I want this natural 20 to not hit my friend. That's amazing. That's perfectly what it's for, I think. You know, like, I'm about to critically hit your wizard. He's going to die. Anybody have a spell they might want to use? You know?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
All right, I accept. Silvery barbs. Everybody use silvery barbs in the wrong way until the skies turn into fire and we all burn under the great bother of Bildo, and he destroys us all. All right, man.
I'm on
do you
the
want to
wheel later. So.
Wait a minute. You're not going to give me any funny voices today?
I guess. What do you want? What voice?
I want a strange old lady.
A strange old lady. That's the one you find in the swamp. And, oh, I have all of these weird things for you.
And then she's totally not a hag. She's
Thank
just
you,
an old
man.
lady.
Listen, I appreciate that. I really needed that. Thank you very much.
Not a problem. Have a good one.
All right, bye. That was Bildo. Bildo is one of our mods, but Bildo is a professional dungeon master, and he is very good at voices, and it is very fun when he uses his voices. It is a good goofy time. All right, let's what time is it? It's 8. All right, let's take a couple more calls, and then we'll switch to the wheel, and maybe we'll do back and forth for a little bit. Let me grab Let me grab Matt Thorne. Hey, Matt.
Yeah, hi.
Welcome. How can I help you today?
Yeah, this is actually a question I've been wondering about for a while, because a couple of weeks ago, I thought I saw you posted a short that's like, I don't remember anymore exactly, but like you were excited about a certain scenario that involved PvP.
Mm-hmm.
And I was kind of surprised in the sense that I also have like a vague memory, a fuzzy feeling that you also discourage PvP at points. So I was just wondering what are your thoughts on it?
I discourage PvP that is not appropriately set up. I think that if the mood is right, and if both players are super down, and it fits the story, and the end goal of it isn't I'm going to get your thing or I'm going to kill your character, but it's like I am going to, you know, we are coming to a conflict in a way that this needs to represent that conflict. I think it can be really cool. But I don't like it in terms of just players fucking around. I don't like it in most circumstances. Like, it really needs to come from everybody, unless people are just like sparring, which I think is also fine. But yeah, that's my main feeling, because PvP isn't really balanced. Like, D&D really isn't designed for it. And it can kind of also like ruin a game if somebody is trying to do PvP and the other people don't want to, you know?
That's true. I guess in the end it's the answer is the same as almost every answer in D&D. It's that if everyone's okay with it, go ahead.
Yeah, basically. Like, even in the like, so for the short that I was talking about, it was for my character is a big golem in D&D in the game I'm playing. Yeah. I play this big golem named Guard in my podcast. And he is like he is a military robot. He's like the Iron Giant, where it's like he has a job that he does, and he has some amnesia, so there's some stuff that's like sort of not clicking right, but he will, generally speaking, he will do the most direct thing to accomplish the goal, regardless of whether or not there are consequences. And it has led to a lot of like fun moments in game, or like kind of intense moments, but there has never been a moment yet where it was like his prime directive was pushed up against something else, and that kind of happened for a second in a way that was very cool.
Yeah.
But it allowed me to battle one of my co-players. And to be fair, both of us were martial characters, so it fit. It wasn't, there's an element of like PvP, I think, works a lot better with martial characters than it does with spellcasters, because it's just simpler.
Oh, definitely. And if it's spellcasters, I would definitely pit spellcasters against other spellcasters.
Yeah, for sure. Cool. What do you feel about PvP?
I like the concept, and it gives the opportunity to have like pretty much stress-free, I guess depends on context, but stress-free like just sort of rolling numbers, using our abilities, not necessarily seeing like, oh, my build is better or anything, but just kind of having fun blowing a steam together.
Yeah, I do like that sort of PvP where it's like none of this is real damage, like we are play fighting,
and
I like that.
And then there's also like cases where it's not fun. I guess your case gets close to it, but like the horror scenario, I guess people sometimes take is like, what if you have like this ultra lawful stupid paladin who like picks fights with everyone who does even slightly something immoral or illegal, and that's not fun.
Yeah, no, and that's just a player being.
If there's just like a quick duel or disagreement or like a story beat or I guess mind control, depending on the fight.
Yeah,
could be cool.
Yeah. Mind control is another great way to make it happen. But yeah, at the end of the day, it's like if it's a player just being stubborn, that sucks. And it's like, oh, you're just making your character annoying, and they're like, it's what my character would do, and it's like, yeah, and you fucking made your character. So maybe don't make your character a character that would do something shitty for the game. You know?
Definitely.
Yeah. I like to yell when those sorts of things happen. Anyway, I like the question. Thank you very much. Any final thoughts before I hang up on you?
Not really.
All right, buddy. Bye. That was Matt Thorne, friends. Matt Thorne. The thorniest of Matts. Kane is a cool name. Oh, we got another call coming in. Here, let's try to pick this one up. Hey, I can't hear you yet. Give me a second. Hey, I can hear you. What's up?
Hello, Cinder. It's me, Skim Milk.
Hey, man. What's up? Welcome to the show.
I'm doing great. How about yourself?
Oh, I am a bit of sunlight skimming across the morning atmosphere.
Of course. Anyways, I have a minor question and then like a more serious, bigger question.
Sure.
Okay, so number one, how do I disarm a bomb? This is very urgent. I have about 10 minutes before this thing blows.
Put it in water, drink all the water, and then put it in a sandwich, and then eat the sandwich.
Okay. Oh, that's fucking genius.
Yeah.
I didn't even think of that. Hey,
Yeah.
but if I die, this is on you. My blood is on your hands.
You need to not rely life and death on a creature that has only recently learned about impermanence.
I will take that advice to heart.
Mhm.
Anyways, my more real question,
Mhm.
to set up some context here. So there's this big fight with the centerpiece being this huge arcane comet that my party didn't know was was at the time a lich's phylactery.
Mhm.
And that lich is the big bad evil guy who is getting freed from the Shadowfell. So the cult that they were fighting wanted to scoop up their soul, or the phylactery, and take it somewhere where it's going to be useful to them.
Mhm.
However, a party member died during that fight, and after the cult was defeated, they took the party member and slapped them on the comet, hoping the arcane energy will revive them. And that's when I had a cool idea. I had the comet revive the party's rogue. However, they also absorbed the soul of the lich.
Oh, that's cool. So is the lich
So-
like riding in their brain?
Yeah, he's like trying to mind control him and use him to like probe the rest of the party.
Yeah, he's a dark
bring
passenger.
him to his. Yeah.
Okay.
However, I didn't think ahead because now I have the problem of the lich needs to die somehow, so his soul needs to escape from the rogue's body.
Yeah,
and
they need to get it out.
Yeah. I don't know how to do that. At first I was thinking,
it's so easy.
we can Harry
No,
Potter.
no, don't Harry Potter it. This is what you're
Okay.
gonna do. This is what
All
you're
right,
gonna
all
do.
right.
How magical?
All
I mean,
right, all right.
you're playing a pretty magical D&D campaign. It sounds like.
Of course, yeah.
So what you need to do? Have you gone interplanar yet with your campaign?
I have not. I am soon planning to.
They should need to find. Okay, here's what you're gonna do. You are going to have them need to find a very special Githyanki sword. So Githyanki greatswords, which are a very you know what the Githyanki are?
Oh, that's so yeah, I know what Githyanki.
So the Githyanki swords,
in my party.
the Githyanki swords can sever the soul from the body if you're in the if you're astrally projecting. So what they need to do, or what you need to sort of lay out for them, is they need to, the plan, quote unquote, should be they need to find some way to make the lich astral project out of the body, or force it to astral project out of the body, and then sever it with a Githyanki greatsword. So that could involve making plans with Githyanki or stealing Githyanki's sword or whatever, finding someone that could do that sort of magic. There's a lot of stuff you could do there, but that's what I would say the move is. The move is this becomes a quest. This becomes a quest, and the quest is how do we sever a soul from a body if there's another soul in the body? And I would lean into the extraplanar stuff because that's when you can really get into like celestial forces or mechanist forces or Githyanki or that sort of thing.
That is so perfect because I have a Githyanki in my party already.
Boom, baby. Boom.
It's like fucking poetry. Oh
Magnifique.
my goodness.
Listen, I'm going to be honest. You are my least favorite kind of milk. But that was a wonderful question.
Oh, come on. Okay. Okay, man. What the fuck? You didn't have to do me like that, okay? I understand it tastes like rope.
It's
but
not,
I will
listen,
rule one day.
Okay, I accept. You're going to be the Pirate King?
No, I'm going to be the Dairy King, goddammit. You listen here. I will be the fucking Dairy King, and I will rule all of you one day.
All right, Skim. Thank you very much for the call. Great question.
No, thank you. I love you so much.
All right, buddy. Love you too. Click. Boop, boop, boop. All right, I got a $10 dono just now from somebody. Let me say thank you to that. Who was that? That was from Daniel Merent. Thank you, Daniel, for the 10. Daniel said, yo, what do you think of Rifts and Palladium? I like D&D, but love Rifts. Be honest. Do you want me to really be honest? I don't know what Rifts and Palladium is. But I will add you to the ending credits of the show for giving me a $10 donation. That's very kind of you. I wish I could answer your question with a little bit more oomph, but I can't because I literally I don't know, I don't know what that is. So I'm sorry. I don't know what that is. All right. Hey, 1 second. You're about to be on the air.
Perfect.
Hey, what's up? Welcome to
CinderBlocksally. It's a pleasure.
Welcome. Oh, the pleasure is all mine. How can I help you?
Okay, so I'm running currently Icewind Dale Rime of the Frostmaiden for a group of 4, sometimes 7 players. And they're like half of the first chapter in. But next session, they're doing a large council meeting where I have to roleplay everybody in 10 towns, like all the council members.
That sounds like a lot.
How do I go about role playing everybody without just talking to myself for like 45 minutes to an hour?
Could you narrate the discussion that is had between the characters instead of role playing it?
Quite possibly. The only other thing is they were sent to Brinchander to be like an envoy for one of the towns. So like that's why they have to show up to the town meeting. So like I know they're gonna want to ask questions.
Well, so this is what I would do. I would describe the scene, maybe narrate a couple people in the meeting, like when they get there, or like a moment to sort of set the scene. But then I would pull back and instead of doing all of the conversations, summarize. Yeah, basically say, JoJo, Happenstance, and Sarah Benanthony argue for a couple minutes. You can see that this person seems frustrated. This person keeps trying to interrupt. Eventually, they interrupt. Like, you can sort of just describe it like that. And then whenever the players want to talk, that is when you pull into the scene.
Ah. See, this is why I call the master.
So when the players are like, wait a minute, I want to say something to that, that's when you go like, shoo. And then you start role-playing the characters, because you role-playing a bunch of different characters is only awkward if you are talking to yourself.
Exactly. That's what I didn't want to do for the entire encounter. Talk to myself.
Yeah. So don't talk to yourself. Describe what's happening. Talk to the players. And somebody in the chat said something that I think is very silly, but is also not a bad idea. They said, bring a lot of hats. And I do think that you should have some amount of notes for yourself, whether they're physical things or something, to like help you quickly jump into other characters, so you can not necessarily talk to yourself really quickly, but talk to the players as different characters really quickly.
Ah, okay. I like this. This is going perfectly.
Finger puppets is also a great idea.
Finger puppets, yes. Okay, I need more handouts then. Great.
Yeah. Cool. I've never run Icewind Dale. Is it fun?
It's amazing. It's more open ended than I thought. But I'm a huge Forgotten Realms nerd, like R.A. Salvatore and et cetera. So like I know the world perfectly. So I think that's kind of helping with it being open world. But it's a great book. It's the biggest book I own.
Cool.
That's the fun part.
Yeah. All right, buddy. Thank you for the call.
All right. Thank you so much. Have a good night.
All right. I will. Click. Boop, boop, boop. Look it up. It's a great tabletop. And more PS. Thank you for the shout out. Oh, thank you for the dono. Wait, what is it? What was it called? Palladium? Rift and Palladium? Did I spell that wrong? Are these different things, or are they the same thing? Well, it's a game system. I see. I like the art. Let me see the art. Look at that. The art's awesome. Okay. Okay, yeah, I might have to explore this at some point. Thank you for the suggestion. Tradosio with the 10. Thank you very much. That is incredibly generous. Says, "You're not my editor, and I don't want you to be, but I wanted to share an updated flavor text on my Vigilante Barbarian. If you're fine with just reading it, yeah, sure. Post it in the chat or wherever. I'll take a look at it. I'll read some flavor text." Just flavor text? Yeah. I'll take a look at it. It's too long for chat. Then post it in the Discord, I guess. Homebrew General? All right, give me a second. Give me a second. I don't see it. Oh, here it is. You didn't post it yet? Oh, here it is. Oh, you did post it. Let's see. In a world where injustice festers like a disease. I think you could just say festers. You have chosen to rise up as a beacon of hope or a living disaster. It feels weird to... Why would you be a living disaster in reaction to injustice festering? I feel like if you're going to start with injustice festering, then you should, instead of saying beacon of hope or living disaster, it's like you rise up to fight back against it or take advantage of it. Your unshakable conviction manifests as a magical force, cloaking you with energy and blessing you with the strength to right the world's wrongs. You stand as a... Don't do stand if you're going to say stand later. Did you say stand earlier? No. Did I just imagine you did? I did. Okay. You stand as a testament to the transformative power of anger, believing that sometimes it takes a burning fury to light the way of justice. I'm going to be honest. I think the honestly here, ignore what I first said. I think you just drop the living disaster part. But yeah, I think it's cool. I like it. Solid. But I would drop the living disaster part. Unless you're going to lean into that more. Because it sort of feels out of place compared to the rest of it. Sneaky fellow. Using his persuasion to bypass the wheel. What would you think of a tragic warlock character who contracted some Lovecraftian horror and can permanently sacrifice their intelligence for free spell slots? I would not do that. I don't think that sounds like an idea that works very well in my mind. Are we reviewing the project tonight? No. That we're looking at the nautical project next Tuesday. Everybody, both I and all the creators agreed we wanted a little bit more time. I wanted to keep that in because you enjoyed it last time, but I'm not super tied to it. Yeah, I enjoyed it when it was leaning into this idea of you being the hero or villain, but I think your flavor text works a lot better just leaning into the hero, and I actually think if you pull that little section out, most of it just works really well. Yeah. All right, let's pull in another person from we're going to be doing calls probably till at least 9. Maybe we'll do some back and forth at a certain point, but let me pull in another person from the whatchamahoo's it? The stream. I'm going to pull in the Ace Adventurer. What's up, Ace Adventurer? Ooh, wait, Ace Adventurer, you got to pause for 1 second because I'm going to read this $20 donut. Rex, thank you for the 20. You're crazy. I won't be able to make it due to work, but might you have some advice for impactful killing off a player? Their request 2 sessions in. I'm thinking of using a Mind Flayer pirate to reveal a big bad faction. Oh my goodness, dude. You have... Okay, so I'm going to say 2 things. 1, what a wonderful gift that player has given you for allowing you to kill them in a way that they will have fun and you will have fun and you can use it as a plot device. That's a really impactful thing. I think a Mind Flayer to reveal a pirate Mind Flayer sounds friggin' awesome. The thing that I would make sure to do is you want to make sure that here's the thing that I was gonna say. The player that wants to have a character get killed is ready to be a new character. The other players that don't know about this yet, they're gonna feel a little bit messed up when the player dies. So you're gonna have to be ready to like navigate that emotional space of the player being really excited to be a new character while the other players are like a little bit sad and confused why the other character died. They're not going to be confused why, but like emotionally confused. You know what I mean? That's what I would say. When the character dies, not the player. The players gave you a stage up. Ace Adventure, I can't hear you. You're muted. You can unmute. Hello? You might need to leave Discord and come back. Sometimes, or your mic might not be set to the right thing. I'll pull you back in if you come back. Let's see if they come back. I don't see them yet. Oh, there they are. Hello. Let's see if it works now. Oh, it's working. Hello. How's it going?
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Good.
Welcome to the show. How can I help you?
Well, I wanted to start by saying recently humans have moved in my neighborhood.
Humans?
Yeah, just
right.
joking.
That's okay.
But no.
They make a mess.
Yeah, humans. Terrible people.
They're okay. They're just messy.
Yeah. So I've had been influenced by Guard and been thinking of making a Warforged.
Oh, very exciting.
Yeah, well, Guard has influenced me. So
that's very kind. Very sweet of you to say.
Yeah.
So tell me, what's your question? What's you're trying to make a Warforged?
Well, I want to homebrew an intelligence-based wild magic class that's focused on studying and controlling wild magic.
What would be your reasoning to not go wild magic sorcerer?
Because I miss the wild mage from 2nd edition.
I'm not familiar with that. What does it do? That's like, what is wild magic in 2nd? Like, how is it different than wild magic now?
You got to be a wizard. You got to have a spell book. You got to learn all your spells. As many spells as you wanted.
So you want the wild magic of the wild magic, but you want it on a wizard. Yeah, I think that could be a very reasonable thing to try to homebrew for sure. I mean, especially if you don't need it to be that different than a wild magic sorcerer, just if that subclass was on a wizard, you could probably make it really similar to wild magic sorcerer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have a question, or you just wanted to share your character idea?
No, I was wondering, kind of, do I just kind of rip off the wild magic sorcerer, or
it depends on. Well, I mean, if I were you, this is what I would do. It depends on what you want wild magic to represent. Like in wild magic sorcerers, it's like a part of them. If your wild magic wizard it's not like a part of them, they're like wielding wild magic, then you might want to play around with them having alternative ways that they can activate wild magic surges or things like that. And try to think about like what would it be for a wizard to be connected to wild magic as opposed to a sorcerer, and maybe twist stuff a little bit there. But I would work with your dungeon master, because I don't actually think you would need to make it super radically different. Maybe a little bit stronger, but not much more. And you'd have to obviously adjust what levels you got some things at and things like that.
Okay. Awesome. Thanks, bud.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for the call.
Thank you.
All right, Ace. See you, buddy. Click. That was the Ace Adventurer trying to make a wild magic wizard. One of the things that I think is worth thinking about when you're making homebrew is you basically, if you're making it for your home game, it doesn't need to be radically different. I know I talk a lot about on stream about how if you're trying to make something inspired by another class or subclass, it has to like still be its own thing and different. That kind of isn't true if it's for your home game, as long as it's still balanced. So, like Ace can definitely just pull a lot from the Wild Magic Sorcerer, I think. Next we have Haru. Oh God, I'm not gonna be able to pronounce your name. Let's see if I can pronounce it. Haruka Konishi. Haruka Konishi. Let's pull them in. Hello. Did I say your name correctly? I don't know if you can hear me. You have to unmute if you're here. Or if you're even there. I don't know if you would listen. Hello?
Hello?
Hey, how's it going?
Hey there. I'm doing all right.
Welcome to the show.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
How can I help you on this fine day?
Well, I have a question that is more, I guess, social, but it relates quite heavily to our D&D game.
Sure.
Which is, we are in this very long campaign. This is a levels 3 to 20 homebrew campaign made by our DM.
What level are you? What level are you right now?
Currently, we are level 9. We are to be level 10 very soon.
Okay, cool.
And I have a friend that joined this campaign sort of on a whim. And it's his first time playing D&D. And then we had a couple sessions with him. And then the summer hit, and he got a job, and he wasn't able to make it for a super long time. And now he's sort of getting a little bit better at scheduling since he's been at his job for longer. And he's thinking about re-entering the campaign, but I'm worried about any ways to maybe help him integrate into the higher levels of play, because it's kind of his first time and he's still fairly unexperienced, and I just want to make
what class is he and what level was he when he left?
I believe he was level 5 or 6, and he was a cleric.
Okay, so I think that the difference between level 5 or 6 and level 8 or 9 as a cleric is not small, but it's not unsurmountable. It really comes down to a subclass feature, 4th level spells, and that's pretty much it. So I think that the main thing, maybe 5th level spells if they're 9th, depending on, I forget when they get 5th. But
yeah,
I would probably, if I were you and you wanted to like help them get back into it, I would encourage them to familiarize themselves with their whatever subclass feature they get at 6th level. But then separate from that, to skim through the higher level cleric spells, and if you have a sense of them more than this player does, maybe encourage them towards a couple, and not even to be like, you should pick these spells, but say like, so you have a lot more spells to pick from, and as spells get higher in level, they get a lot stronger. So
yeah,
if you don't want to have to figure them out, here's a handful that are really good. This is a really good one for combat. This is a really good one for healing. This, whatever, you know, like they don't need to pick a lot of them. And even a cleric that is mostly familiar with their lower and mid-tier spells is still going to be pretty effective. And the thing about them being a cleric is they pick their spells every day, so they can also try stuff out. You know, they can pick one 5th level spell one day and one 5th level spell another day. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's helpful. Is it all right if I ask another question?
It is.
Okay. This question is more homebrew related. My
Mhm.
DM has a couple homebrew rules that me personally am fine with, but
Mhm.
I'm wondering if just on an out of perspective thing, how you think this affects the balance in game.
Sure.
So not really looking for any advice, just sort of commentary, I guess.
Yeah.
Which is, so we have 2 monks in our campaign,
Mhm.
and our DM has ruled it that monks get key points equal to their monk level plus their wisdom modifier, just so that during low levels, monks didn't run out of gas immediately
Mhm.
as soon as the first round was over.
For sure. I basically do that too. I agree with that.
Yeah. And then another thing that was very interesting, and personally we're running with it. We are
Mhm.
all filthy power gamers. We run a very high power scaled campaign, which is
Mhm.
another reason why I was somewhat worried about our cleric friend, is because he's new. But our DM has a ruling where if there's a saving throw spell that does damage, a nat 1 is a crit. And
Wait
I'm
a minute.
wondering
I
if
don't
your
really
thoughts are.
understand.
If there's a spell that does damage
Uh-huh.
and requires a saving throw, if the person rolls a natural 1 on their saving throw, the spell crits.
I disagree with that. I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, and I've seen a lot of people say both ways, so I'm interested in your thoughts.
Spell damage is the math behind it is totally different than attack roll damage for the most part. Well, let me rephrase that. Spells that use saving throws are different than things that use attack rolls for the most part. There are a couple spells that make attack rolls that do damage that are quite strong because of that crit potential. But like to be able to crit on like a fireball where like you are doing multiple creatures AoE, I'm not a fan.
Okay. Interesting. But I think besides that, that's all I really had.
Cool.
So thank you very much.
No problem. Thank you for the questions. Did I say your name right?
Yes, actually you did. Good job.
My god, thank you. All right, I'm not good at names, so I'm happy when I say them right.
It's all right.
Bye. Goodness gracious me, oh my. You're the apple of my eye. Ice cream sandwiches and pie. A fireball would obliterate because attacks in my experience just do more damage than saving throw abilities. Honestly, I thought about doing the same. Yeah, I don't know. I think it would mess my campaigns up a little bit. It would mess up the balance. The wee balance. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. All right. Oh, so we got another caller on the phone. We got 2 callers. One of them was first. This one's going to be the one I pick up on. Hey, I can't hear you yet. Give me a second. Hey, what's up?
Hello?
Hello. Welcome to the show.
Hey. Thank you. Okay, so I need help, please.
Sure, what can I help you with?
I'm running this game, and it's kind of gotten out of hand just due to so I play a super heavy homebrew, right? Like
Love
mega
it, all about it.
Yeah. Homebrew campaign, homebrew classes, homebrew races, just everything, right? But because of that, the power scaling has been, a little strange.
Yeah, I've been there too, man. I've been there too.
So, my players got into a war.
Cool.
They're in a war, and they okay. So the way I put this up for them is that I gave them each like 5 other like mini characters. It's essentially just like a stat block. Right?
Oh, cool. Yeah.
On each of their turns, they can decide what they can take essentially 5 turns being each of the parties of their party, each character in their party's turn, right? Problem is, okay, and I'm also running against, they're fighting this other group of not people, of animals that are as smart as people, but they have like their own military system. It's a whole thing, right? I think I've figured out the animal side, what I've done is that instead of making a ton of individuals, I got like a 5 or 6 swarms of them, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that helped out a lot. But I need help on trying to like condense the player's turn because these players are a little new.
Yeah.
Right. So and they already take a little bit on each of their turns. I thought about doing the 2-minute rule. I might do that, but in this, I think it's special since there's, they have essentially 5 characters on their one turn.
Yes,
and
are you expecting them to have each of those 5 characters essentially have a turn on their turn?
Not okay. Yes.
This is
simple answer. Yes.
So this is what I would do if I were you. I would. Part of this has to do with how much fun they're having as a table. Like, if they are all having fun, taking that many turns and dealing with that time, and they can handle that, then maybe it's fine. But what I would probably do if I were you is something similar to what you did with the animals, where you didn't have them decide what each different character did on their turn. You decided like what their team did. And you could maybe even have it so you could, like, I almost wouldn't deal with each individual character's stat block, or if I did, it would be like each character has a stat block and they have one special move. And you can either on your turn make a person do a special move, or you can just have all of them attack, and you're just sort of picking between those two things. And even that would potentially be a lot, so I probably wouldn't even have them all attack. I would probably make it be like, okay, they are attacking, and there is a specific number, that they have a collective plus something to hit, and they do a collective amount of damage, or they are using one of their special features, whether it's like one of them is a cleric and they can shoot a healing beam or whatever.
Yeah. Okay, so like it just kind of run them as their own mini swarm. My players get to control.
The way that I would try to think about it if I were you is less like a swarm and more like a ship. Like they are a thing that is moving together that has, like, if you imagine, like, if you're trying to run a ship in D&D, it might have 30 people on it, but it all moves together and it does one of 3 actions, regardless of how many people are a part of it. Those actions might be stronger if there's more people doing them, because they're like working on the gunnings and the engines or whatever. But something like that, because it's you just don't want it to overcomplicate it too much. The other thing that I would say is you also don't really want to make their little armies stronger than their characters, because if you
I think that's where I messed up.
Because if you make the armies stronger than their characters, it incentivizes using them more. So I think that you need to deal. The way that I would deal with that is I would probably start scaling that back a little bit, and I would just even talk. You could even just talk to them about it. You can even be like, "Hey guys, I fucked up when I was organizing this," and be clear and be clear. Be very clear. Say the goal of this game is for your characters to feel the strongest. It's not for your characters' minions to feel the strongest. So we're going to be changing a little bit, not to make you weaker, but to make it so your characters feel stronger. And that's the way I would word it. And because you do want having minions can be really cool, and having big warfare moments can be really cool. But at the end of the day, you really want the players to feel like their characters are the characters, you know?
Yeah. Is it okay if I ask another one?
It is.
Okay. So, oh good God. Oh, so I may have overcomplicated this quote unquote encounter, right? So the way this encounter was supposed to be, I staged it as this kind of war collection day. They have to get this material from the queen, the big general, bad boss of this group, and like they've fought the little members individually before, and so like they're sweating, scared of this big queen and her other big members and all that. But it was really because I know how strong they are. I know how strong the beasts are comparatively to my players, and I know that my players, if I just listen to their devices, could absolutely wipe out the whole army, like just by themselves, not even with the
minions
with them. Yeah, the minions. But I staged it that way. That way I could introduce the actual boss, which is a brown dragon. Right? A brown dragon who ate a purple dragon. So purple dragon is on the inside of the brown dragon, fighting for its life, using a breath attacks, giving the brown dragon the breath attacks of the purple dragon. You know?
Okay.
Yeah. It's kind of wild.
It is wild, but I don't think it needs to mechanically be complicated. Like it kind of is like...
That's not the problem.
Yeah.
The problem is that I have that thing going on top of the war, on top of a kind of a guest player, the players I wanted to get into the game, but who didn't really have the time to really invest into the game. So they're just kind of like a guest character. I let them play a few NPCs from time to time again. But in order to throw the players off of the tracks of this guest player being the boss, I made the guest player another player which has some abilities I didn't previously check, and that made the thing a lot more complicated. I like there's the bees made out of bubbles everywhere. There's a dragon sitting in the corner.
You can always, here's what I'll say. You can always, one of the strongest powers you have as a dungeon master is where the camera is facing and the pace of the game. These are not powers that have anything to do with the monsters on the board or anything like that. But you can focus the camera on the initial war and pull it away from the dragon in a million different ways. You don't need to make all of this happen at the same time. You can decide as a dungeon master, even if it breaks immersion a little bit, that something is going to happen to the dragon so that it is out of the picture for a little bit. Maybe the inner conflict between the purple and the brown dragon creates this magical warp, then they sort of get sort of frozen in this time stasis where they're sort of displaced and no one knows when they'll come back or whatever. It doesn't matter. It could be anything. But basically just get something off the table so that you can focus in is what I would say. So you can do one thing at a time. In terms of whatever ability you gave this guy that was overly complicated, I would go in one of two ways. One, if this player is still playing the game and they still have this, just talk to them about it and say, this is too complicated. We got to figure out, I got to take this away. Like this, you can't still have this. Like the game doesn't work or whatever. But if the player doesn't have that ability, if you can remove the, if the player is not the player anymore, or they're an NPC, or you can remove the ability, then you also can just make those things go away through plot, right? Like if the issue is that there's like metal bubbles full of bees or whatever crazy thing you said, maybe maybe that starts to draw these strange astral like blimp creatures that have little tendrils that really like eating metal bubbles full of bees and no one knows why, and now they're kind of harmless, but like the sky is just littered with these weird weather balloon creatures with these tendrils, and they're slowly eating all the bubbles, and like maybe the players can interact with them or not, but like they're like big cows and they just kind of do their own thing, and like maybe that can tie into some other extraterrestrial stuff happening later if you want to. Like they don't need to be a big blimp, they could be whatever, but you see what I mean? Like you can use the plot to sort of sweep over cracks in your foundation,
calm things down.
Yeah. But the main thing I want to say is it's the camera angle is the most important thing. Is if you can shift the focus towards the battle and towards the war as opposed to everything at the same time, it will help focus it. And movies and stuff do this all the time too. Like just think about it like this. Think about every fight scene you've ever seen in a movie. There's 30 people standing around one guy. They never all fight the guy at the same time. They should, but they don't. They come in one at a time because that's how a movie works. It's the same thing for D&D. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay. That's actually amazing. And you wouldn't believe it, but the explanation of the blimp creatures works actually extremely well with another character in that game. So I might just do that.
All right. Cool.
Okay.
Cool.
One last question, please, sir. One last one.
I'm not stopped. I didn't hang up on you yet.
All right. Okay. So my players are, like I mentioned, newer to D&D, and they've only just recently really got into like playing their characters and thinking about their characters would think in that situation, how they would feel and all that, right? Newer to it, it felt kind of cringe at first, but now they're getting into it and getting more used to it. But my job and my responsibility at pacing the game, as I am also a newer dungeon master, has been really bad. So I want to set away a session. Of course, I'm after this big boss fight, for them and their characters to just sit down and actually think about everything that's happened to them, because they've died 3 times technically. It's been a wild ride, but there hasn't been a moment to just kind of calm down and think about it. So I want to do that, but what I'm worried about is that a session is just going to be really boring and swept under the rug and kind of seen as a filler, for lack of a better word.
I think that I hear what you're saying. I think that a good way to make it there's 2 things I would think about. One is it doesn't need to be the only thing that happens in that session. It can be the aftermath of a thing. It could be the second half of the session, or it could be the first half of a session. There's a lot of space to make it not take up the whole space. But the other thing I was going to say is, I think that you would be surprised how not boring it might be. If you set the stage for players to have some downtime and for them to talk, where it's that's what they could do that. This is the way that I would do that if I were you. I would do something like this. I would it's the big battle's over, the dust has settled, and then you say, okay, guys, you have won the battle. For the first time in weeks, you can breathe a breath of fresh air. You can rest assured that the night will be calm. So, you gather your things, you can hear the celebrations of the city as you've won. You gather your friends, you find a small part of town a little bit away from the celebration to get some drinks quietly and sit by a fire and to just sit. What are you characters thinking about? And just ask them that. Say, Jojo, what is your character thinking about? What are they feeling in this moment? What are they reflecting on? Where is their head at? And you can go around in a circle and do that, or you can just sort of set the stage for them to start doing that themselves. But it is a very powerful tool, asking a player what their character is thinking about, because it will often turn into a role-play situation.
All right. Okay, cool. Thanks. That's super helpful.
Yeah, man, no problem. Thanks for the call.
Of course.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.
Sally.
Boop, boop, boop. All right. Friends. Neighbors. Oh, my friend is streaming. Let's see what she's doing.
Swinging by. Oh, like the proportions for the recipe.
What did you do? How did you get that? Why is your setup? Her setup gets better every time. Why is your setup better every time? You crazy. Oh, we got another call coming in. Yeah. Hey, I can't hear you yet. Give me 1 second. Oh, I hung up on them. All right, I just hung up on 2 people. So, there you go. That's fun. I'm still figuring it out, guys. Still figuring it out. Let me grab someone from Discord. You guys want to do the wheel? You guys want to do the wheel? Oh, wait. Here's another person. Hey, how's it going? 1 second. I can't hear you. Oh, hey, how's it going?
Hello?
Hello, how's it going?
Oh, good. You?
I'm great. How can I help you tonight?
All right. So I got 2 questions. Is that all right?
Yeah, sure.
All right. First one. So I got this player, and, we've been playing for months now. We're starting a new campaign on Saturday, but the thing is, he just does not seem very adamant to, commit at all. Like he still barely knows how to play.
Mhm.
I've given him 2.5 weeks to set up a backstory and everything. He just doesn't seem like interested.
Mhm.
And I hope it's not my DMing. I mean, my other players are satisfied. They've told me that, but he just kind of sits there and doodles the whole time. He's just not focused, you know?
Mhm. Is everyone else having fun?
Oh yeah, yeah. I can see the faces, you know.
Is
It's
he
just,
having fun?
I mean, we had a session 0 2.5 weeks ago. I asked everyone like, hey, do you guys have any criticism for me? Like, did I do anything wrong? Can I make it more fun? And I asked them really, like, to be honest, and they were like, hey, nah, we all like your DMing, man. You're great, you know. So I don't think so.
Here's what I would say. If it's not an issue, then it's maybe okay. You just don't need to focus that much on the only reason why I would say that the biggest issue I would see there is if it was annoying you, if you felt disrespected by it, if the other players were getting annoyed by it, if they felt disrespected by it, or if the player was like taking up a lot of time. If it's like, if every time they take their turn, it takes 20 minutes and they don't know what they're doing, that could be really irritating too. But if they're like a fighter or a rogue and they're just doing the same thing every turn in combat and no one else really cares, it might be okay. There are players that are just less active. There's also players that like need to doodle to pay attention. But if it's the kind of thing where you feel like it's enough of an issue that you like want to address it with them, I think the way to bring it up is to bring it up as a conversation of like you feeling frustrated or you feel it, like come at it from a place of like why it's bothering you with the goal of you want to have fun playing with them. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I get you.
Because at the end of the day, the issue is that you want to play D&D with your friend, and the way that they're playing is making it harder for you to play with them in a way that's fun for everyone. And you are included in the everyone. There can be some amount of compromise made there, right? Like if the player doesn't really know how to play, they should be a simple character. You know, they should be a fighter. They should be a rogue. They should be something that doesn't need to do a lot of work to figure out how their abilities work. And then the other side of that is they do need to put in a little bit of work. I have friends who I love very deeply that I have gotten very frustrated with, to the point where I basically did say, hey, I did need to have this conversation where I was like, hey, I know that we're hanging out, but this is a little different than just like hanging out and watching a movie. I am putting work into this. These other players are putting work into this. This is not a passive activity, and I would love to play with you, but you need to not treat this like you're going to hang out with your friends and watch a movie. I need you to treat this like you're playing a sport with us. So, like, you need to learn how to play the game so you can play it.
Yeah, I see that's the main issue though, because like I feel like he still doesn't even know how to make his own character. At session 0, like my buddy Jacob had to go over there and guide him through half the time.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, making a character is harder than playing, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So I understand that, but I do think that there is a certain amount of like, hey man, if you want to play, you got to try to learn how to play. And if that means we need to hang out for an afternoon and I need to show you these features, I'll do that. But if you're going to be at the table, you got to know how your character works. Like that is if I was a harsher dungeon master, what I would say is the minimum a player needs to do to be a good player is to know how their character works. That's the minimum. So there's there's an element of like you should have some patience there and stuff. But if the player doesn't seem like they're putting in any work to do that, then how much patience can you have? So at a certain point, I think you do need to be like, hey man, you gotta show me you're trying to actually do this and not just hang out. Because if you want to hang out, we can hang out. But I'm not gonna put the work in to make a D&D session if we're just gonna hang out. You know?
Yeah, I get you. He can play. He knows how the game works. It's just the background stuff, you know. He's not very aware of just like the base stuff. He still hasn't written his backstory, you know.
You don't need a super complicated backstory. I mean, that's the thing, is it sounds like he just needs to put in a little effort, just a little. Hey, Saucer Bomb.
Yeah, it's mainly that like he just doesn't. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it sounds like what you need is him to do something to show you that he is invested. That's what it sounds like. And my guess is it doesn't even need to be that much. I would encourage you to just kind of say that. Say, hey, man, like, I like this a lot. I care about this a lot. I want to do this with you. And I'm putting work in, but it feels like you're just showing up, and that's not how this game works. Like, I need a little bit from you. I don't need 3 pages of backstory. You know, tell me one thing about your past. Tell me one thing that happened to your character. Like, why is your character an adventurer? What's one person that matters to your character? What's one person that your character misses or hates? Just something really simple. You know, it doesn't need to be a lot. You know, is your character from, what's the environment that your character is from? Anything. But like that, you know, they don't need to do a lot to participate. But if they're really not participating at a certain point, you just got to be like, hey man, this is a game. If you're not going to play the game, you're not playing the game.
All right, yeah. All right. You got time for one more question though?
Quick one.
All right, really quick. So I know this is like, I don't know, I'm not sure how smart this is, but I really want to make a really memorable first session for the players. So I know they're only level 3, but I really want to try to find the way to throw something like a young dragon or something. And my plan is to maybe like give them a bunch of obvious, you know, environmental clues. Maybe they can use that. It's taking place in an icy environment. I plan on like really emphasizing the fact that there's huge icicles on the ceiling and stuff like that.
I think that all of that makes a lot of sense. I think using environment makes a lot of sense. You could also give them access to like some one-time use items potentially, or like environmental weapons. Like if there's like a crashed wagon with a giant ballista on top of it or something. The only thing that I would say specifically about dragons, as opposed to almost any other monster, is that throwing a dragon at players early is a little bit rougher because even at their CR, Dragon's Breath attack does a lot of damage. So, like, you need to be prepared for potentially half to all of the party going unconscious on one breath attack.
Yeah.
So, you might need to plan for that, and you might also want to either adjust the damage of that so it's not as intense, or pick a monster or have it so that the dragon isn't breath attacking for some reason, because you can easily TPK a party with a breath attack. The other thing that I was going to say is another great way to have really high CR monsters fight low level players is to make it so the monster is like hunting, and the players don't need to kill the monster. They just need to show that they are too much trouble for its time, and it should just hunt something easier to hunt. So, like, I've done this before where I've had players at, like, level 3 fight, like, a rock or like, you know, like that giant bird that can pick up elephants. And they didn't need to kill it. It had, like, 150 hit points. They weren't going to be able to. It had more than it. It had, like, 250 hit points. But they just needed to do enough damage to it for it to realize, oh, it would be easier to go, like, hunt wild horses or something. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right. I did have this idea. So basically, they're gonna put this thing in this huge pillar in the center. It's gonna split into 3 sections, and in the middle, it's gonna reveal a platform. And I think I might like make it so the platform sinks and form some sort of shield around it, which could protect them temporarily.
Okay.
And so, I don't know. Does that sound like a good idea?
If it's something that they can like actively use, it could be. I wouldn't make it too much of like a. I wouldn't overcomplicate. I wouldn't make. Don't give yourself too many problems that require solutions that create problems that require solutions. Like, you don't want to build too much that you need to do to solve a problem that you're making for yourself. Do you know what I mean? So that could work. I think the more environmental tools you can give them to use, the better. I think something that's like a shield could be good. I think some sort of weapon would be good. Some way to get the dragon on the ground, if that's the icicles or whatever. Things like that would all be quite helpful.
All right. Thank you. Yeah, that's all I got for today, man. Thanks for the time.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for the call.
All right. See ya.
See ya. Click. Boop, boop, boop. All right, friends. I'm turning off the phone calls, but I'm not turning something off. So I'm going to point something out to you guys. We're going to switch over to we're going to switch over to the wheel. We're going to switch over to the wheel. But I want to say to you guys that this phone number, the phone number that's there, it's still there. So you guys can call that phone number. You can call the phone number right there and leave a message. And I think I'm going to start listening to some of them on stream. So if you have a question you want to ask as a message, you don't want to come on stream, I will respond to messages on that phone number. Boop. So there it is. Write it down. We might switch back to doing some more stream, talking to people on stream at some point, but we're going to do a little bit of homebrew review now. But take this number down. And you can call it, and you can leave me a message, and I will get that message, and I will probably collect them and listen to them on stream, or make a YouTube video listening to some of them. Or some combination of the two. Pokemon DLC just dropped. That's exciting. You got to catch them all. Wait, I got to do a wheel refresh. It's been a little while. Some of y'all might have submitted since stream started. The wheel now updates actively, friends. So if you submit something to the wheel right now, it'll get on the wheel. Pretty cool. There's the phone number. 856-607-5525. Rutifer. Homebrew, I will continue to submit till red. Well, you no longer need to continue to submit. Don't have time to wait for another call-in session. What do you think about allowing monsters to use its legendary resistance to gain temporary hit points so that damage helps the casters? That would make it just an entirely different feature than legendary resistance, in my opinion. I don't think legendary resistance I think that's like making legendary resistance do something different than what it's intended to do. I don't think legendary resistance is there to help you reduce damage to monsters. I think legendary resistance is there to help you avoid spells that one-shot bosses. Yes, Tradosio brings up a good point. It should say the broken after race, not switch these. They speak common in one language of your choice. Don't do something where you lose an ability. Don't do this. This is not a way D&D is written anymore. Don't give a minus to anything. They're undead and humanoid, it looks like. I reviewed this on stream already. I talked about this. I talked about how all this shit was super broken. You didn't change any of it. I'm not reviewing your piece again. I'm sorry. We're done. I have no patience for people that don't change the bullshit. Not that you are bullshit. Sponge Man. I gotta remove him now. Where'd the music go? Where'd the I can hear it, but it's so faint. There we go. Okay. Sponge Man. After playing in a game where the DM made Eldritch Blast do different damage types based on your patron, that's very fun. I got the idea to make one that would have lightning or thunder as its EB type. Would love thoughts on how to get the flavor text to be better. Primer for the mechanics. I'm also a little concerned with that the expanding spell list option is a little too strong. Let's take a look. So this is a lightning warlock I think we're going to be looking at. The Living Storm patron. Very cool. I like we don't have a storm warlock is a thing that we do not have in the current iteration of things. Why are you not clicking? There we go. A moment of desperation. As the torrential rains pummeled your dying body. This doesn't feel like a full sentence. Split-second bargains to protect your home. Also not a full sentence. A blinding flash followed by an ear-shattering crack. Sort of a full sentence? Subconscious dealings with a... None of these are full sentences. Whatever it was that got you into this mess, you now have the command over the reins. Your hands crackle with electricity, and it leaps forth to strike down your foes. Okay, so what's happening here is you wrote this as if you were writing like a movie trailer. A moment of desperation. Bum bum. Split second bargain. Bum bum. But the problem is that too much of it is too grammatically broken, so it doesn't work. And also, you shouldn't write flavor text like that. Like, you shouldn't just list a bunch of random half sentences and then say, whatever it is, you're this. Don't do that. First of all, just say you're this up here, and then you can say all of this afterwards, but make these full sentences. Yeah, it's backwards. Exactly. Yeah, the last sentence should... Yeah, this... I would go with this sentence, and then something like this sentence minus this part, and then turn this into, like, grammatically correct sentences. You have expanded spell list. You're worried it's too strong? Chromatic orb, crater, destroyer, water, blur, blindness, deafness, lightning bolt, sleet, storm, storm sphere, arcane eye, maelstrom, control winds. I don't feel like this is too strong. Why would this... Do you guys feel like this spell list is too strong? Yeah, it looks good to me. Oh, you fixed it. Okay. Sleet Storm is buff. Yeah, I think it looks pretty solid. Yeah, because the thing is, your expanded spell list aren't spells that you're getting. You don't get these spells for free. You are picking these instead of Warlock spells. Warlocks don't actually get the spells on their list for free, right? No, they do not. It's literally like these are just added to the spells they can pick when they when they get spells. All right, so let's see what features we get. Yeah, I think it's a fine spell list. Oops. Oops, I almost closed the window. Okay, at first level, your patron's storm presence causes dark clouds to form at your behest. As an action, you can create a 5-foot radius storm cloud at a point you can see within 60 feet of you. It lasts for 1 minute or until you dismiss it as a bonus action. You can have a number of active storm clouds equal to your proficiency bonus and create another, the oldest storm clouds dismissed. I think you mean when you create. So this should be the end of the sentence. So is your goal that you can have a bunch of them out at the same time? I would not do that if I were you, because I don't want to have to keep track of this one is up, this one has 30 seconds left, this one has 45 seconds left, this one has, I don't want to do that. While active, you can move one of your storm clouds up to 30 feet as a bonus action. Creatures that end their turn beneath the storm cloud must make a dex saving throw, taking half your warlock level rounded up in lightning damage on a failure. Yeah, okay. So the fact that they do damage definitely means that you should only be able to have one out at a time, I think. It says you can have a number active equal to your proficiency bonus, which means you can have multiple. You need to, if you want to be able to make multiple, then this is how it's got to work. This is how it's got to work. You summon all of them at the same time. As a bonus action, you can summon immediately a number of Nimbus clouds equal to your proficiency bonus in spaces you can see within 60 feet of you. And then they do something for that minute. And at the end of that minute, they disappear. Now, here's what I'm going to say. That is really strong. That is, like, significantly stronger than the Fathomless Warlock, which essentially gets this same feature, but the damage is less consistent, and it's only a thing at a time. So if you want to do this, you're going to have to look at the Fathomless Warlock and make sure that yours is, like, a good chunk weaker than it. This does 1d8 cold damage, and you can use a bonus action to use it to move it again. And how many times can you have this out? Let's see. Proficiency bonus number of times per long rest. So realistically, this needs to be this needs to be like a once a day feature if you want to keep it like this. And that almost makes me want to say make it something different. Saucer Bomb with the 20. Thank you very much. Good evening, Lord Cinder. I've missed your face. I'll need to leave soon as I'm moving tomorrow. You're moving? Oh, good luck. You have a quick question. Where did you grow up? What part of the world are you in now? I grew up near Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. And now I am in the ether. No, I'm near Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. But but where I grew up and where I am now, there was a lot of living in very different places in between. And that's just this part. Like the meaty part. That's not the true Cinder. That's just the vessel. Where I live on a street with a bunch of crazy Eldritch guys that we have a big barbecue every now and then. So here's the big issue. Actually, this is just the same as this. Like it's just the same. It's not different at all. It's like this one summons a little cloud that deals damage. This one summons a little tentacle that deals damage. So like this is a pretty good example, in my opinion, of when you don't want to copy something that already exists too similarly. Like mechanically, like for example, if I took a Fathomless Warlock and I changed the name of Tentacle of the Deep to Arm of the Storm, and I made this do lightning damage instead of cold damage, this would just literally be the same as this. So I would suggest make a whole new first level feature. Let's look at 6th level. Starting at 6th level, you can conduct electric potential bestowed upon you. When you cast a spell of 1st level or higher that deals thunder or lightning damage, you can add one of the following effects. Creature within 5 feet of the target of the spell takes lightning damage equal to charisma modifier. One target of the spell must make a con save. On the failure, can take reactions. Moreover, on its next turn, it must choose whether it takes an action or bonus action. One target of the spell must make a strength saving throw or be knocked prone. I don't know if this is the move for a warlock. Warlocks are not like... Warlocks get... Like... I mean, I guess you're gonna be proccing this a couple times. It feels weird to base something off of casting a very specific leveled spell for a warlock. This reminds you of the Swarm Keeper? I guess these things are a little bit similar to the Swarm Keeper, but they're kind of different. I don't mind the 3 options for a cool thing you can do, and I think the 3 options themselves are fine. I just feel like I wouldn't do it based off of this. It's kind of sad because you get much less in terms of spell slots. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind it. I just think that it feels... First of all, it does not feel like a 6th level feature at all. This is not a 6th level Warlock feature. 6th level Warlock features are never offensive features. The other thing is, compared to a Tempest Cleric, you get to use their ability so much more. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like... Do Tempest Clerics get something similar to this? I don't remember. At 1st level, when creatures within 5 feet of hit, you can make thunder lightning damage. Sort of? Where? Oh, 10th level. When you deal lightning or lightning damage to a creature, you can also push it back 10 feet. 6th level? Yeah, it is kind of similar. Yeah, I don't know. I like the mechanics. I think the mechanics are fine. I don't think they're super evocative. I think this one is the most evocative. I think the rest of them kind of feel like this is just like, it's extra. This is just feels like the Storm Sorcerer or the Tempest Cleric, I mean. But I do think that this is not the system to get this power, and I wouldn't get this power at this level. I mean, you could figure out, you could change this a little bit. Like maybe what I would do is this is maybe what I would do. I would completely drop the first level feature. I would move the 6th level feature down to the 1st level. And instead of making it whenever you cast a lightning spell of 1st level or higher, I would just say whenever you deal lightning damage, you can choose to add one of these features, and then you can do this proficiency bonus times per day. And then I would also give you for free something like lightning lore or shocking grasp, so that you have a lightning cantrip just built in. So it doesn't need to be tied to leveled spells. It could just be tied to lightning damage. 10th level. That just screams for lightning, thunder damage, eldritch blast. I mean, oh, that's true. They did mention doing lightning, thunder damage, eldritch blast, but this doesn't, the way it's written, it wouldn't work with eldritch blast. When you reach 10th level, the rain you create becomes an unrelenting torrent. Your storm cloud causes creatures beneath it to attack at disadvantage and gain vulnerability to lightning damage. I would not give them vulnerability. I would drop this part. This is going to be way too strong on this guy. Sorry. I would just drop this part. Additionally, while you have 3 or more during a natural storm of your choice, within 15 feet, you get a bonus to stealth equal to your charisma. I'm going to be honest. I would probably drop this whole feature. I feel like if you wanted to, I feel like this is a reasonable improvement. I would get rid of everything else and come up with something else to add. How about an ability that allows you to change spell damage types? What is that? I mean, maybe if you could make them like lightning or thunder. I think the idea, Poncho, is that you're hiding in the thunder clouds, not in the thunder. Does that make sense? Yeah. But in its current state, I feel like it doesn't, regardless of whether or not it makes sense for you to get stealth from your thunderclouds, my question would be, what does getting stealth, how does that connect to the feeling of doing rainstorm stuff? I don't think it does. So from like a vibe perspective, I just think it's worth it to come up with something different here. Riotous Burst. And the reason why I don't want to do the vulnerability to lightning damage thing is because you're getting so much fucking lightning damage out of this guy that it's just going to be like, oh, you deal double damage to all these guys, and that's just silly. Riotous Burst. Starting at 14th level, your storm clouds become charged with your potential. As a bonus action, you can have one of your storm clouds burst, dismissing it, and doing one of the following. A bunch of damage. Okay. If you want to make it do something that you could do more than once per long rest, you got to lower that damage. Most Warlock 14th level abilities do a lot more damage than that once, or around this much damage and one other thing, but they do it once per long rest. I don't really have much more to say. I think it's an interesting idea. I think that you got a good chunk of work to fill it out, but I do think that if you get rid of this, maybe move this down to 1st and put something else here, change a bunch of this, and figure out how you want to do the mechanics of this a little differently, I think you could be in a pretty good spot. Those are all my thoughts. Oh, I guess I don't have the round of applause thing getting next again. Where is it? There it is. Let's get an applause for Sponge. Thank you, Sponge, for sharing your piece. I have too many fucking windows open. None of them are organized well. Folks, if you are new to the channel, you can still submit Homebrew. The link is in the description below. We take it live. We take it live. Storm Warlock is a cool idea. I agree.
an evil person, but I'm also trying not to be a murder hobo and all that.
All right, Die. Let me see. Yo. You want an interruption?
5:30
Let's see
Pacific
if she
time.
says she does.
Whatever that is, your time. Nat Martinez says, "How are you doing? Hope you're doing well." I am doing well. I'm slowly munching.
How
on
far
dinner.
away are
I'm
you from
having
what
a
I
good
just
time. We're
said?
playing some games. We're about to make some questionable choices up here. Let's get some high ground. Send Bestarian himself.
Answer me. All right, let's spin the wheel.
Cinder, yeah, maybe after this combat.
Okay, cool. I'll go bother her in a little bit. Next is Layla. Layla. Ice cream sandwich, please, Layla. This is supposed to be a boss. A nasty creature of my world that tends to devour souls. I'm worried that I overdid it for a level 6 party. The world has no gods, so there is no sun and no light. I tried to play that up with it. Cool. Does this wheel have yesterday's names? It does. If your name did not get looked at yet, it is still on the wheel. I refresh the wheel at the end of the week. So this wheel will be the wheel until next Monday. I am taking calls tonight. Or I was taking them. We're taking a little break because we're going to read some Homebrew. But I'll be taking calls again maybe in a little bit. But we took calls for the first 2.5 hours or so. But you can also ask your question in chat if you want, and I'll see it. Andrew. But we'll probably take calls again in a little bit. Right now we're reviewing some Homebrew that users submitted. The Mordicant. Beware, they say, the Mordicant. Of the eyes burning red and the maw of teeth. Oh, I wish this rhymed. Of the cries of the souls forever devoured. Of those who will never be remembered. I accept. The Mordicant is one of many creatures twisted by the godless realms of Cathalis. Fearsome, unholy, this dreaded creature was created by the cult of the Destroyer to do one thing and one thing alone, destroy. Okay, it's a destroying creature. A creature of destruction. It's huge. Where are its stats? You didn't include its stats. We need to have stats. Strength, intelligence. Like, why does it have a plus 12 to hit? You'd say it's got a plus 4 strength? If it, okay, so it has a plus 4 strength and it has a plus 4 proficiency bonus? Yeah, but we need to have that written down. Okay, let's see what it does. It has ethereal sight, incorporeal movement. It gains 10 hit points a turn. If it takes radiant damage from or damage from a magic weapon, it doesn't function. It dies if it starts turn 0. Soul Devourer. When the Mordicant kills a creature by either biting or striking it, does it have other types of attacks? I think you could just say kills a creature. I don't think you need to say that. It consumes the creature's soul, entrapping it within the Mordicant. The souls the Mordicant devours can only be freed by killing the Mordicant. It feels weird to call something unholy if the concept of holy doesn't even exist. I suppose that's true. It's getting a little meta. You ain't the author, you're just guessing? Yeah. I mean, if their strength was plus 4, that would mean they had a plus 6 proficiency bonus. But their strength should be plus 8 because they have an 8 here. So their strength would have to be, whatever, 20 something. Get out of here, killer workman. Yeah, it needs funny numbers to make sense. what are the mechanics for this? So does that mean that until the Soul Devourer is killed, a person that is dropped to 0 by the Devourer, the person that's killed by it, can't be brought back? They can't be brought back to consciousness. They can't be resurrected or revivified. What does that mean? It makes 2 melee attacks. Why are its legendary actions here? This formatting is fucked up. I don't mean that offensively, but it is. Legendary actions need to be in their own section. Makes 2 attacks, so it does... Why are you saying 1d12 plus... You don't need to write that... Okay, you are going to benefit so much from just looking at some monsters in the monster manual and noticing how they're written. Please take some time and do that. It is going to dramatically help you write monsters. We can look at literally any monster. Let's look at the Aberrant Zealot. Oh, can't do that. Let's look at the Abjurer. Notice how it has a full stat block with all of these. And notice how for it says, look at how its attack is written. Melee weapon attack, +3 to hit, reach, 5 feet, 1 target. And then it shows the numbers. See that? You got to write all that stuff out. It can enter the ethereal plane or go back. If it is in complete darkness when it uses this action, it's considered invisible except for by true sight. What is that? For how long is it considered invisible? So if it uses this feature in darkness, is it just invisible until it uses this feature again? Feared. Strong bad. Yeah. Feared. The Mordicant emits a dreadful howl. All creatures in 60-foot cone. Each one has to make a wisdom saving throw or take some psychic damage. On a failed save, they become not feared, frightened. And then you put a period. Say on a success, they take half as much damage. This is a little bit weird way to cap it if you are including this part here. Normally, the bite attack of monsters is not such a small die. It's usually a bigger die, especially on a huge monster. This is a huge monster, and its bite attack is the same size as a kobold's bite attack would be. So, I would say you got to think about... the core idea is kind of neat, right? It's like a monster that can regenerate and can become ethereal. It's going to be a real pain in the ass to fight. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, the regeneration should not happen while it's on the ethereal plane. It should only regenerate when it's on the material plane. Otherwise, this is going to be really not fun to fight. What's up, Lord Dramor? Because then all it's going to do is it's just going to go to the ethereal and regenerate whenever it wants to. And then be invisible all the time. So get all your numbers right. Get your formatting right. You're going to need to tone that back a little bit. Clarify how long the invisibility lasts. The 60-foot cone fear is fine. There should be some sort of cooldown recharge or something. They shouldn't just be able to do this forever. Look at like a Dragon's Breath or any of the abilities that they can do once per long rest or, once per whatever. Yeah. It's literally the same as a Were-Rat. What, this is the same as a Were-Rat? Are you saying this is the same as a Were-Rat? Oh, it's the same as a Were-Rat. Oh. Well, there's a Were-Rat doesn't do +8. But even still, the dice represents the size of the mouth. So I think that I'm assuming you're pointing out what is helping prove the point. That a Were-Rat is a little guy, not a big guy. And this is a huge guy. So yeah, your numbers are a little wonk. But I think the core idea is kind of cool. You just got to be careful about making this thing too frustrating to fight. The regeneration plus etherealness is going to make it really frustrating, potentially. At CR9? Yeah, 3d8 plus something? Yeah, that could make sense, especially for a huge creature. Once you get into really big creatures, you can just get silly with the numbers. To a certain extent. Alright, I don't got much more to say about the Mordicant. I think it's a neat idea. I think you will majorly benefit from looking at how monsters are written and trying to emulate that. And making sure that you're thinking about sort of the gameplay loop and that this monster is going to be fun in that gameplay loop. And I think if you make the regeneration only happen when it's on the material plane, that will create an interesting incentive for the monster to return to the material plane so that it can get its regeneration. All right, let's give a round of applause for Layla. Good job, Layla. Good job, good job. All right, let's give her another spin. Reckless. Hey Cinder, this is my first homebrew. I'm using it in my current campaign. It's been really nice. Would love to hear your thoughts. Ooh, you really want thoughts on something you're already using? What if I say I don't like it? Galdir's Wrath. It's a +2 martial weapon. Two-handed. It's a great sword. Evil's Bane. Gain advantage when attacking creatures with an evil alignment. Good or neutral improved. This is fine if you're playing in an alignment-focused game. I don't really play alignment-focused games. +10 damage? No. That's too strong. Don't be silly. Do I need to explain why that's too strong? 7 pounds? Yeah. When attacking orcs or fiends, 10 damage on every hit. And then you get half their temporary hit points as temporary... half their damage as temporary hit points? No, it's just too much, dude. The sword is bonded with you when thrown. You can use a bonus action to call the blade your hand. This weapon has no ability to be thrown, so why do we get that feature? So yeah, it's a little too strong, and it's not super flavorful. Like, let me guess, it's supposed to fight orcs and fiends. I feel like there's better ways to represent that than you just are making attack rolls with advantage and doing +10 damage. It's fine if you're using this in your game. I would not in a million years put this in my game. Gonna be honest. It's just way too strong. It's too strong in a silly way. This reminds me of like a good one-time use. This is like a one-time use. Yeah, this is a legendary item at least for sure. It's a good one-time use item. I would make like a potion that you could drink where you could deal 10 damage on your next attack. But I wouldn't make it like an item that you just had infinite use of. That's a little too much, too strong. Doing extra damage and getting advantage on attack rolls are two things that are really nice, but they are really, really, really vapid when it comes to what they actually inspire in terms of like story. You know, they don't add anything. They're like just numbers go up, and numbers go up isn't enough, I think, for me. I would encourage you to lean more into the flavor of it, and whatever this flavor is, let's see some of it more in the mechanics. That's what I would suggest. That was Reckless's weapon, which ironically is not a particularly good weapon to use if you're a barbarian, because Reckless attack will not be that helpful anymore. Anyway, let's give a big round of applause to Reckless. A once-a-day feature? It could be a once-a-day feature. It could maybe be a once-a-day feature. That could work, potentially. But it's still pretty strong. But, I don't know. I don't know. Data bank. Oops. Did you do something fucking weird? Innkeeper Part 2. What do you want me to look at here? College of Innkeeping? I looked at this already. Didn't I? Maybe I didn't. Thought I looked at this already. Hey, Axiom, it's your first stream? Welcome, buddy. We're reviewing user-submitted homebrew. All right, let's take a look at this College of... Probably only the spell list this time. Since it's in the comment? What comment? What are you talking about? What madness are you speaking of? College of Innkeeping. When people rest, someone must work, keeping an eye on their needs and ensuring their safety and serving them what they order. Bards of this subclass take that need of service with them wherever they go and can be found working for their food, a room, or just for free at many a bar in the land. Honored guest, 3rd level. When you inspire someone, you can choose to make that creature a guest, so long as it is willing. A guest gains the following benefits. They have advantage on saving throws to avoid or end a charmed or frightened condition. When a guest hits an enemy with an attack, you can use your action to force the enemy to make a wisdom saving throw. On a failure, the creature takes some psychic damage and has disadvantage to its next ability check or attack roll. The guest can add your proficiency bonus to your bardic inspiration die. A creature remains your guest for 1 minute. A creature can choose to end this early when it expends its bardic inspiration die. The number of guests you can have at once is equal to half your proficiency bonus, rounded down. I think that... I'm going to be pretty honest here. I don't think they should get all 3 of these. This is too much stuff, I think. I don't even know if it's necessarily too powerful. It's just too much to keep track of, in my opinion. And I also feel like it's like... I don't see the mechanics matching the flavor here, if I'm being honest. The frighten and charm stuff has to go because of counter charm, in your opinion? Yeah, it does do it's very similar to counter charm. It feels like vicious mockery reaction. It is a vicious mockery reaction. That's literally what it is. Yeah, I don't know. The flavor's not sitting right for me. I'm not buying it. I feel like there's probably other ways to do making somebody feel like does getting these 3 specific boosts for a minute when inspiration happens, does that make you an innkeeper bard? I don't know, man. It just seems like too much stuff. It is also like some things to point out. This really doesn't scale well. Like the damage is like, I don't know. There's just like a lot of stuff that feels like this really does feel like you just took vicious mockery and made it a reaction. Would you slap an honored guest? Well, it's a scathing slap. What's the taking calls in the title? Well, don't. Did you skip? You must have skipped part of the title. It's reviewing homebrew and taking your calls. We did taking your calls for a while. Now we're reviewing your homebrew. We'll probably do taking your calls again at some point in a little bit. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. This is not. If you change the names of these, I don't know. I'm just not buying it. I'm just not buying the flavor here. I also think that we should get more than one subclass feature. Attentive attendant. Your mind is great with tracking and serving crowds. You gain the following benefits. You can keep track of 10 people's movements at once with minimum effort. What does that mean? You have advantage on perception or investigation checks made in large crowds. Once per day, when you cast a spell that targets a single ally, you can use your bonus action on that turn. You don't need to clarify that it's on that turn. You can use your bonus action to cast a copy on an ally without expending a spell slot. You can only use this with spells of 5th level or lower. This is like twin spell. So you basically get like a twin spell, free twin spell once per day. I think a free twin spell once per day is cool. I think investigation and perception checks in a large crowd is neat. I have no idea what this means mechanically, but I'm also going to argue, and I don't want to be a dick here, none of this feels like Innkeeper. It just doesn't. The flavor is not matching the mechanics. Hey, Melissa Peterson. Dangs and dammits, indeed. Like, chat, please correct me if I'm wrong. But, like, I just don't... I'm not seeing it. I'm not feeling it. Home field advantage. Those under your watch are better taken care of than ever before. You can use a bonus action to end a charmed or frightened condition on a guest. Scathing slap deals 1d6 psychic damage. Positive vibe now affects everyone within 5 feet of the guest. I don't remember what that does. Add your proficiency bonus to your bardic inspiration. How does that affect everyone within 5 feet? They can also add your proficiency bonus to your bardic inspiration? What is that? Does that mean they all get to add a bonus to something? Like, how does that work mechanically? What are they adding a bonus to? You can always target an honored guest with a spell as long as they're on the same plane of existence as you. This is kind of cool. This is a cool idea if it's limited in use. The first feature is just something every character can do, or do all PCs suffer from poor object permanence? Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to be honest, Data. I feel like a lot of this feels confusing to me. Like, I feel like you put all your eggs in this basket, and this basket makes no fucking sense to me. Does always target a guest mean no range restriction? That is the point of this last feature, is that you have a limitless range on your spells against creatures that are essentially a minute after them getting bardic inspiration from you. Yeah, I don't know. Here's what I'm going to say. I don't know what this is supposed to feel like. I don't know what this feels like, but I do know that it doesn't feel like Innkeeper. But even if we take away all the flavor specific parts, the mechanics here I'm struggling with. I'm really struggling with them. Like, at 6th level, basically you get twin spell once per day. Why? Oh, the intention of these things is definitely buffing spells, like being able to heal or buff your allies across the world would be cool. And I'm not even totally against that as a mechanic. I think it's interesting. It's just not what I would imagine as an Innkeeper getting. Like, none of this feels Innkeeper-y to me. I don't really have much more to say. I like the idea of a College of Innkeeping. We have seen a couple Innkeeper subclasses before. One was a fighter. I don't remember what another one was. But yeah, this one, I'm not feeling the mechanics right now. I'm not feeling it. Noble effort, but I do think it needs some work, both in terms of mechanical direction and flavor direction. All right, let's give a round of applause to Databank. Thank you for sharing data. I do hope you keep working on it. It is certainly an interesting idea. Love to see it grow into something. A little more meat on the bones. Who's new? Anybody new? Say hi if you're new. Anglethorn, Axiom, local meth addict, Sir username, Christopher Elwell. Gabe, you're not new. Pickle assignments. Yeah, you're still new, I get. No, you're not new. I know, I recognize your name, so you're not new anymore. Vinicius, hello. Mateo, hello. So for folks that are new, just to give you guys a little sense of what I'm doing on stream, is I try to make my streams very interactive with the audience. So Ivy, you're not new, you silly. I like to get to know you as my viewers. I like to foster a little bit of the relationship. So the most of my streams sort of sit between reviewing homebrew that you write and doing call-in show type stuffs. So we did call-in show type stuff for like 2 hours. Now we're doing homebrew for a little bit. We'll probably do call-in again a little bit later, maybe. Then just so you guys know, if you are new, I stream almost every day, 7 p.m. Usually Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. This week I'm playing in a D&D game on someone else's channel tomorrow night. And I'm doing and I have a family event on Friday, so I might do a stream on Saturday night too, or something. I'm sort of playing it up by ear. We're gonna see. But yeah, I am usually around and we hanging out. Anyway, welcome new people. You guys want to see something weird? New people, do you guys want to see something weird? New people, you're not answering me. New people, do you want it? Sure? No? Yes? You're worried? Sure? You don't need to be worried. Why would you be worried? What do you have to worry about? What do you have to worry about? There's nothing wrong here. Everything's fine. Everything is fine. Everything will be fine. Okay? Anyway, it's nice to have you. And I'm excited to talk more. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say to the new people. Sorry. Let's calm that down for a second. Jeez Louise. Jeez Louise. Things be getting hectic. That happened to your cousin Terry once? Oh my god. This is not a bad... This is a great show to watch on LSD. You think this is a bad show to watch on LSD? Do I need to prove to you that it's a great show to watch on LSD? I can do that pretty quickly. You guys are so sick of my bullshit, huh? No. Here. No. I need to find the right one. What are you talking about? I know what I'm talking about. What are you talking about? Don't worry about it. Here, look. This is why this is a great stream to watch.
Crash over me, then ride it home, dance it up in moonlight. Hold me tight and don't let go. Watch over me. We are all stardust, 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 left behind, left to find one another, face the sun, fear no one, 'cause we are all one, we are all one, we are all one, we are all one, we are all pick me up, that moonchild, put me into overflow, crash into me, and let me fall deep enough to feel like deep enough to not let go. Watch are all one. We are all one. We are all.
So, you know what I'm talking about? You guys know what I'm talking about? You guys know what I'm talking about. I love having new people come on the stream. Yeah, if you stick around long enough, you get to see some weird stuff. That's just one of the many music videos that I will perform for you. Let's see. I always like to see how many people left stream when I do that. Let's take a look. Where's my little number thing? Oh, just a couple. Every time I do that, every time I do one of those, you lose like 4 or 5 people. They can't handle it. Oh, we have a piece from Lua. Oh, Lua's one of our new people. They're the person that said, am I new yet? Actually, I may have actually looked at this already. This has gone through a small bit of minor adjustments. Due to the nature of Homebrew, it's been difficult to test absolutely everything. All right, let's take a look. I don't actually think I did look at this yet. Oh, Reckless becoming a member. Very cool. Very cool. Oh, it's dark. We're in true dark mode here. All right, Lua. Thank you, Reckless, for joining the party. You've been enjoying the streams? That was amazing. Oh, I'm so glad. I'm so glad. We're here for an experience to share together. You know, listen, we can't do much in this world. We don't have a lot of power. We don't have a lot of influence. We've got to take it when we can get it. You know what I mean? We got to try to make every moment last. We got to try to make these silly times special. All right, let's look at this Chimera. Ability score increases don't matter. 550 to 500 years. Cool, cool, cool. Let's see. You're medium. What creature type are you? Oh, Lua, this is a lot of features. Why? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We're choosing 3 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. This is too many. The total set bonus here is only +2. Oh, that is weird. Why did you do that? Just the reason why I said it doesn't matter is because normally people can make their bonuses anything now. So you can put +2 in something and +1 in something else. Okay, I guess you're a humanoid. I would put that here, though. Now, Lua, this is too many options to give. I almost don't want to read them because I feel like it's just too many options. So I'm going to read a couple. You can hide if you're only lightly obscured by foliage. When you fall at least 10 feet, you can... This is a thing that... this is an ability that already exists in a different race, so I probably wouldn't put it here. The, what's it called? The Simic Hybrid gets this. In fact, I don't know if you... Are you familiar with the Simic Hybrid? I would look to the Simic Hybrid as an example of how to do a race where you get lots of options. Look at this. At first level, they pick 1 of 3 options. And then at 5th level, they pick 1 of 3 options. This is the way... You don't need to copy this exactly, but this is the way to think about how to build it so it's not an overload of ideas. And aerial expertise feels like it's just the same as Manta Glide, so I probably would change it. Extra movement, underwater... Resistance to cold damage or things. Yeah, I'm gonna skip this. We're not gonna read the rest of this. These are too all over the place. I understand what your goal is here. It's like, oh, you can be a little bit of whatever. But then my question is, then what is the point? Like, you should focus the vibe a little bit. A good example of too many options making it so something loses any meaning is the Mystic. The Mystic in D&D is a class that could do a little bit of everything, and it made it so it kind of did nothing. And it made it so people weren't super into it, and it never became a thing. So if I were you, I would probably boil this down into something simpler and more focused. Like, you have aerial expertise, aquatic expertise, Arctic expertise. So do you want, if I were you, I would maybe base it off of that. Base it off of environmental stuff. But then you also have spider climb, toughness, shed skin, neurotoxin, which are like have nothing to do with environment and are like more biological. So I think you need to pick and choose. I think one way that you could do it is you could split them up where you get 3 environmental options and 3 biological options and you pick one of each. Or you get them at different levels or something like that. But again, there's just too many options without enough focus. Anatomy. Chimera are of varying anatomies due to their ability to rapidly permeate the adaptations to excel in their birth environment. That's kind of a confusing sentence. They are each unique in their own way and hold a wide variety of traits, which allow them to spread across the planes. Okay, so this isn't anything. Okay, so this is just no more mechanics in here. Yeah, okay, so I'm gonna be honest. I don't think you should put all of these behind a option. There should be a thing that all chimeras have, even if it is like represented. Like, it doesn't need to be they all have a spider eye, but it could be they all have some element of toughness or I don't know, something to sort of represent them being chimeras. And then I think that you should give them some sort of smaller options to pick between. It's not even about it being overwhelming. It's about it making it so it genuinely doesn't have focus, so it doesn't feel like anything. It just doesn't feel. And do you want it to feel like a chimera, or do you want it to feel like anything? Like it's overwhelming, but the main thing is it's unfocused. Is anyone allowed to submit Homebrew to be reviewed? Yeah, anyone is. The system is you submit it to the document, to the forum, and you read the rules before you submit it to make sure it applies to the rules. Also, hi, Chris Cooper. Welcome. Lovely to have you here. So yeah, I like the idea of a chimera. I like the idea of a race that has a lot of different options. I think if you are going to make it so it's only different options, then you need to really focus what those options are, and you need to put them into slightly different categories to help push it in a direction. But it's an interesting idea. A very interesting idea. Thank you very much. Let's give Lua a round of applause. Let's give Lua a round of applause. Thank you, Lua. Very interesting idea. I hope you keep working on it. Oh, the music got intense, eh? Let's calm that down. No, not a boss fight. We're not in a boss fight just yet. Maybe in like 10 minutes. I think the players can handle the flavor of what their chimera looks like. Spider, blah, 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 but you have to focus down on the abilities that make them unique. Yeah, and I would also think about how to categorize those abilities. Like, I would think about, like, maybe you could have... They pick between one of 3 limbs, and then one of 3 types of sight, and then one of 3, I don't know, whatever. One of 3 environmental thingies. Oh, it's one of our lovely mods. I'm a moron. A fire bard. It's boring as hell. The capstone is. All right, let's take a look at your fire bard. It's crazy that... Why is this working now? Why is... I don't know if I like it or not. We're going to turn it off. We're going to let it be bright. Bard College of Fire. Bards of the College of Fire utilize fire as a primary tool of entertainment. So they're doing like poi. Right? They're doing like this stuff. I'm assuming. We'll see. Walking on coals, vaulting through rings of fire, juggling torches, and even tightrope walking. Okay, so not poi, but similar stuff. Bards of this college use grace, acrobatics, and even wit to overcome danger. This sentence means nothing. Take it out. Many daredevils, torch bearers, and fire dancers take up this role in circus troupes, using their presented peril to inspire excitement. Presented peril is an odd way of phrasing it. It's fine, but it feels odd. And fear in the audience. Some bards use fire as a part of religious ceremonies and traditions. I think you could also probably cut this one if you want. It doesn't matter. Let's take a look though. Let's dive into the meat of this bad boy. Fiery secrets. At 3rd level, you learn a cantrip that inflicts fire damage, or a cantrip that can snuff out light. You need to just list them. Don't do that. Don't make them pick. Don't make them hunt for it. Furthermore, starting at this level, whenever your spellcasting feature lets you learn or replace a cantrip or spell, you can choose from either the Bard spell list or a spell that deals fire damage from the Wizard or Druid spell list. Oh, interesting. That is really, really strong on a Bard. Just so everyone's clear. Just so everyone's clear, we need to all acknowledge that that is incredibly strong on a Bard. Because the main thing that Bards do not get is damaging spells. That's like the only thing that they don't get. So it's basically, it's not early magical. I guess it is a little early magical secrets, but it's essentially completely covering over the weakness of Bards not getting damage spells. So it's very strong. So I'm gonna hope that we're balanced against how strong that is. Finally, you can use a lit torch, candle, lantern, or any object bearing live fire as a spellcasting focus. I like that. While holding this spellcasting focus, its fire cannot be put out or extinguished until you let go of it or fall unconscious. That's a very fun bit of flavor. I like that. I would probably have it so it couldn't burn stuff, though. You can touch the flames of your fire-bearing object without harming yourself. Nice. And this is some suggestions for objects. Really nice. I like jack-o'-lantern. I actually like single match the most. Single match is great. And then we get something else at 3rd level. We get Daring Stunt. At 3rd level, you can perform a death-defying stunt to evade danger and empower your spells. This feature shouldn't be bonkers powerful. It should be good, but it shouldn't be bonkers. You can expend one of your Bardic Inspiration die to perform a Daring Stunt. When you do, choose one of the following. Breathe Fire, Veering Step, Walk Through Flame. You can empower your magic when you cast a spell that deals fire damage or radiant damage. Make one roll using your Bardic Inspiration die, then add the result to one of the damage rolls you make with the spell. At 10th level, you can make 2 rolls with your Bardic Inspiration die. That's pretty strong. It could affect a lot of creatures. Veering Step. If a creature hits you with an attack roll, you can use your reaction to swiftly evade the attack. You can add you can add 1 roll of your Bardic Inspiration die to your AC for the attack, potentially causing it to miss. Regardless of the hit or miss, you can then move up to half your movement speed without provoking opportunity attack. You're now making... This is now too strong. Walking Through Flame. When you are subject to an effect that allows you to make a dexterity saving throw, you can use your reaction to add 1 roll of your Bardic Inspiration die to your saving throw. Yeah, so here's what I'm going to say. You can't do all of these. I think you can do 1, maybe 2, but you can't do all of these. Some of this does feel very similar to a sword bard. I would probably drop the bottom 2 and keep the top 1. Keep in mind, you're getting access to a whole new spell list. You're getting a free cantrip. I don't know, maybe you could keep 2 of these, but it just feels too strong. Hey, Dark Steel, what's up, buddy? Have a good night. Love you too. Get out of here, Reckless. Have a good night. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think you got to tone these back. I'm not even sure exactly the way that I would do it because, unfortunately, this is so fucking strong. Stream's going well. When does stream end? When I get tired. My voice is relaxing. I'm glad. I, unfortunately, for many of you, do not rest. No rest for the wicked. It's been fun. All right, get out of here, local meth addict. Love having you. Maybe you get to choose only one to keep. One of them gives more of this firebard. Oh, like you pick one at 3rd level, you pick one of these features. You could do something like that. I think they're all fine. I will say that this one feels too much like other features in the game. And this one, like, none of, like, this one is the most evocative of, like, the fiery stuff. This just feels like this feels like it belongs in a different subclass. And this feels kind of like, I guess it's like, I don't know. It just feels off. It just feels it's like too basic and powerful at the same time. You don't want to miss stream, but you have to wake up early. Well, you can watch it later if you really want. Why don't you just leave me on and close your eyes, and I'll put you to bed with my dulcet tones. Walk through flame feels like uncanny dodge plus save. That's what it is. That's exactly what it is. What would you recommend for a baby homebrewer's first subclass? Bard is not bad. Bard is not bad at all. Barbarian is not bad for a first subclass. Barbarian is probably a good pick. Warlock is also not bad for a first subclass. I would say the hardest first subclasses are Druid and Wizard. Maybe Cleric. I think Walk Through Flame is a little too important for you to remove. The Bard should be able to dodge fireballs. I don't agree with that, but that's fine. We can agree to disagree. I think that if that is really important for you, then you need to get rid of other things. And I don't know exactly what, but like, I like being able to use your Bardic Inspiration die to do a thing, but this is 3 totally separate subclass features. That's the problem. This is, and so we are essentially getting, like for example, other bards that get things where their Bardic Inspiration die can do a handful of things. It's doing a handful of things because people are using the inspiration in different ways. This is just 3 completely separate powers, which feels a little off for me for a Bardic Inspiration power. I don't like it just being 3 totally separate powers. Maybe it's fine, but for me it feels a little off. I don't think the issue is Fiery Secrets. I think the issue is Daring Stunt. I think it's doing too many things. It feels like it's like several subclass features on top of each other. Like, if you really want to do Walk Through Flame, then figure out how to get that in at a higher level, maybe. I don't know. You know what it's reminding me of? It's reminding me of when someone has a very clear idea for a character in their head from, like, anime, and they're trying to make it, and they are adding everything they need to make it, but they're not thinking about how to incorporate it in a way that's, like, smooth throughout. So it's very loaded. Like, if you really want to be able to dodge through fireballs, then do that. But maybe you get that at a higher level. All right, let's look at Dancing Flames at 6th level. At 6th level, your fire can overcome enemy defenses and dance around allies. When you deal fire damage with a bard spell, you can choose the damage type to either be radiant or fire damage. I would reframe that to say whenever you deal radiant or fire damage, or no, whenever you deal fire damage, you can choose to make it radiant damage instead. I don't know. There's probably a better way to write that sentence. I would look at like the Scribe Bard or the Scribe Wizard or the Meta Magic that allows you to change damage types for language there. Furthermore, when you cast spells that deal fire or radiant damage and an ally would be subjected to the damage, you can cause a number of creatures equal to your proficiency bonus to save. This is just the... I wouldn't do this either. This is like... You're pulling too many... You're pulling too many really specific features from other subclasses. Like, this is Evocation Wizard's whole jam. I wouldn't take that away from them. Leap of Faith. You gain peerless agility and grace that is unmatched to most creatures. You can jump higher. Your movement increases. Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I would completely remove this whole thing. maybe keep the radiant fire thing. I would get rid of the bottom half and this, and I would figure out how to get like walk through flame and maybe something else into the 6th level feature. Oops. That's what I would do. Oh, interesting. Look at that. Did you do that on purpose? That's cool. I don't know how to do that. That's really neat. Well, I'm glad that you got rid of that, but it's still too much, in my opinion. Considering, here, I'll say this. To give you an example of why it's too much, if you got rid of Leap of Faith, and you got rid of the first part of Dancing Flames, and you just kept this, it would be strong enough. It would be a solid 6th level feature, and it would be very good. I think it's worth changing because it just is evocation wizard power, so I feel like it doesn't feel particularly unique. But in terms of power, you're also just got too much going on here, in my opinion. Bard subclasses get too few subclass levels to waste them on repeat features. I don't think there's too many repeat features happening here, and I think what's happening is Moron is trying to squeeze in everything because you do only get 3 levels of stuff, but you gotta accept that. Like, if you want to be able to give a shit ton of features, and Bard is not the move. Or you need to figure out how to boil the essence of those features down into essentially 2 things at 3rd level, 1 thing at 6th, and 1 thing at 14th. Maybe 2 things at 6th, if one of them is like, you gain resistance to fire damage. Which, by the way, I feel like you should get. Hey, Cinder, nice to catch one of your streams. Nice to have you here. Sohuto, how do you let your players know how the map they are on is like? Do you think handing them a physical map too revealing? I think it depends on the game that you're playing in. I like to give my players maps that are in-world maps that were made by characters in the world, so they're not super accurate. Let me see if I can find a picture of it. Give me 1 second. Let me see if I can find this really quickly. I think I have a map here. Yeah. So, you guys aren't going to be able to see this really well, but like, this is the map that I have, that my players have right now. And it's like, it's not all the way filled in. You see that? They have like filled in parts of it because it's like they're traveling through it. But it has like some markers and locations and stuff. So I like doing that sort of thing. I like giving players maps. But it's a map that was like made by someone in the game world. So it's not even necessarily accurate. Ooh, the music got a little weird. I'm switching it. Is your name still on the wheel? Probably. I didn't take it off. You would also recommend excluding important secret locations. Yeah, for sure. Let's look at the 14th level feature, Dazzling Display. At 14th level, you become the Master of Shock and Awe. You learn the Pyrotechnic spell. I feel like we get that spell out earlier, honestly. And it doesn't count against the maximum number of spells. You know, if you already have it, you can learn a different spell from your class. Okay, cool. When you cast a Bard spell, you can then cast Pyrotechnics as a bonus action, even if you already cast a 1st level spell. That's kind of cool. How often can you do this? You can cast Pyrotechnics. If you choose the option to create fireworks, this should be limited. This feature to be able to cast Pyrotechnics as a bonus action should be limited. I see that you can do it without expending a spell slot. Proficiency times per long rest. This whole feature should be proficiency times per long rest. It's a cool feature, though. The only thing that I would say is it's a little one note for a 14th level feature. It literally is just Pyrotechnics. If I were you, I probably would try to figure out how to incorporate Pyrotechnics earlier and just come up with something brand new here. And maybe give you like a once-a-day big fire dance move. I don't know what I would exactly make it. Like maybe You know, maybe you do this dance of flames. As an action, you do a dance of flames. You get, you know, and you, like, you know, everything around you's in fire, and you can move without triggering opportunity attack and burn creatures that you walk past. Like a starry, what's it called? Ashanti's Stride. What's that spell called? Ashitara's Stride. You know the Stride spell? I wouldn't do the Stride spell, but something like it. This one. Where it's like, you don't provoke opportunity attacks, and creatures around you take fire damage. I don't know. Like, you do a big fire dance for a round. I wouldn't make it last more than a round. Maybe make it last a minute if it's doing an active thing, but if it's like a thing that is affecting you and changing you a little bit, I would just make it last a round. What if that fire dance was like a gameplay loop from level 3? I mean, that depends on, it'd be a pretty dramatic change in the subclass. But yeah, I think it could work. I think it's an interesting idea for a subclass. I do think that it's just got too much going on right now, and it's very strong, except for the 14th level feature, which is very pigeonholy. Kind of like a Blade song. Yeah, you could do something like that. I don't think something that you have to run at enemies for a bard is a good gameplay loop. I guess it depends on the bard. Survivability-wise, sure. That's why you need to be able to get in and out. Oh yeah, it's a fun idea for a bard, though. I like the idea of doing some sort of, like, fire dance. I feel like that's very fitting for being a fire performer. You know, you're, like, throwing around juggling things, you're doing poi, you're doing all sorts of stuff. Oh, Sohuto, thank you for the 2. Guess what? When you donate money to the stream, first of all, you get my unending thanks and appreciation, but you also get to be on the ending credits of the show. So when the credits roll, you'll see your name if you're still here, which is pretty exciting. But thank you very much. I'm glad it's a good idea. Yeah, anytime you need to make something in game, anytime you need to make something for your game, if you make it in game, it allows a lot of excuses for things to not be perfect or for things to be like semi unfinished. Yeah, I like the Fire Bard a lot. I think the idea of doing a dancing fire dance thing is a really good idea. I think you could definitely tie it into 3rd level, but then that would just require some dramatic shifts. Like, you know what? Like maybe getting rid of Daring Stunt entirely and replacing it with like a fire dance where you can expend the use of your Bardic Inspiration to get like some minor buffs for that round. I don't think they should last for a minute if it's Bardic Inspiration, because then you can be able to do it a lot. But you can use the Bardic Inspiration, and then, like, for a round, you get a crazy fire dance move. That could be cool. Yeah, it's a neat idea. I mean, it's one of those things where it's like the Fire Bard. The idea of Fire Bard is too loud. Is very it's very straightforward. So I like the idea of incorporating the fire dancing into it to make it a little bit more focused and specific. And it's a fun idea. I think it's good. Solid. Keep working on it. All right, that was I'm a Moron, whose name will never not be a little silly to say. Let's give them a round of applause. Yeah, I like it a lot, actually. I think it's one of those things where the more that I'm thinking about it, the more that I think visually it evokes a lot of, like, characters that I think would be fun to play, which I think is a good sign. I think it's a good sign. When your subclass, even if it's not done mechanically being put together, when the idea is enough to make me be like, oh, that would be a fun character, or anybody, I feel like that's how you know, ooh, you're in a good spot. You got something. You got something going there. Alrighty then. Why is my... Stop doing that. Okay. Sorry. The computer exploded for a second. Oh, Ginjiro. After the first look you gave it, the greed domain has changed a lot. Is this a remake of the Greed Domain? I don't look at redrafts, friend. I am so sorry. I do not look at redrafts, but I appreciate you sending it nonetheless. I encourage you to send me more things in the future, but I do not do redrafts. Naptime Shadows. Great name. It's in the rules, friends. It's very clear. I wanted to make a paladin based around Hellboy's revolver and the way Ron Perlman would nerd out over ammo in the first movie. Okay. Sounds kind of like a neat idea. Paladins are really hard to build subclasses for that are super weird because you're fairly limited in what you can do. What the fuck is going on here? I'm not going to read all of this. What does 9 times 19 ammunition mean? All right, I'm going to be really, really honest with you here. This is a perfect example of why you need to be pretty thoughtful about what you're building your subclass for, and you need to be realistic about what the limits of that subclass is. There is nothing wrong with doing something like this for your home game, but you need to remember, a paladin at 3rd level gets channel divinities. That's it. That's it. Playmat, what's up, my guy? Are you streaming right now? Playmat, if you want to come hang out on stream, let me know, but no pressure. Playmat is he's another wonderful creator, and he's also in the game that I'm playing in. No, don't worry about it. If you're tired, don't worry about it. If you're tired, don't worry about it. Yeah, man, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't even know what to say. Like, this doesn't seem like a subclass. This seems like a game mechanic that I wouldn't build into a subclass. At 3rd level, when you choose this oath, you get to you let go of the typical paladin approach to combat. You lose proficiency with heavy and medium armor, but gain +2 AC versus ranged weapons and spells while wearing light armor. Equipping a shield does not remove this bonus. This just doesn't feel like a paladin. When making a ranged attack within 5 feet, you don't have disadvantage, and then you just get a... Like, you're just getting a feat. You can remove a feature with a subclass. It's pretty unheard of. It's not done very often, but it is not impossible to do. There's nothing wrong with it. The thing that is wrong is that when you're making a paladin, paladins almost more than any class, they're like really structured in how they're built. And you have to be very cognizant of that structure. And if you're choosing to go against it, you need to really earn going against it. And I'll look at the channel divinities, but my guess is this does not earn going against it. Also, this is way too much words to describe ammunition and gun mechanics. Like, no one is going to want to read that. Why not just make it a Divine Ranger subclass? I have no idea. This would make so much more sense as a Ranger subclass. You could do some fucking crazy bullshit where you get a special magic weapon as your 3rd level feature for a Ranger. You get a revolver. This should just be a Ranger. Who said that? Arcade Avery, you're just right. Let's look at the channel divinities. As an action, you can present your holy symbol, and darkness is emitted in a sphere around you. It's centered on you as a 30-foot radius. All light within the sphere is reduced to dim. The sphere moves with you. Whenever a creature, including you, ends their turn within the sphere, you can grant the creature Devil Sight. So you just get the best Warlock combo in the game, but better. This is a little bit too much. This is a little bit too much. The fact that you even had to write the invocation Devil Sight by name in here means that you should know this is too much. Baldur's Gate 3 taught you how nutty strong Devil Sight is? Yeah. I mean, Devil Sight is incredibly strong when paired with Darkness, equally strong, but that's a big resource sap for the Warlock, right? That's taking up a whole invocation, that's taking up a spell, but also a spell slot, and spell slots for Warlocks are rough to come by. And then, when a Warlock does it, it's still quite situationally strategic because it doesn't... Because your allies have to contend with it also. This... You don't have to take up any resources. You just get it as a channel divinity, all wrapped up into a nice parcel. Plus, you can avoid any downside. It's just too strong. As an action, you present your... And also, what the hell does this have to do with being a demonic gunslinger? This does not have... This feels very not Hellboy, to me at least. End concentration. That's a good point. That's a good point, Philip. Thank you. Yield Essence. As an action, you present your holy symbol and tap into nearby energy, affecting a number of hit points equal to 5 times your paladin level. What does that mean? Choose any creatures within 30 feet of you and divide those hit points among them. Choose either to heal or deal force damage to those creatures. You just get to do this. There's no saving throw. There's no action. There's no saving throw. There's no attack roll. It just happens. And you can do both. And how much is it? 5 times your paladin level? Sheesh! Yeah. I think we're going to stop reading this piece here. I think that this is what I would say to you, dear writer. By 3rd level, I have no idea what this is supposed to feel like. Even keeping in mind all this extra ammo stuff, I see no vibe connection between Tools of the Trade, this channel divinity, or this channel divinity. They all just feel totally separate. I don't see what they're building towards, and it's all just too strong. But Poncho says, gotta be real here, need to work on balance comprehension with this one. Yeah, this is one where the balance is just really kicking you in the butt. People are really kicking the balance. The biggest hurdle that you're facing right now, aside from a little bit of a lack of cohesion, is that the balance is just catastrophically off. I'll give you one more example. Everyone just read this feature. When you hit a creature with an attack, deal damage to it, you can release a burst of force damage in a 30-foot radius that deals 10 d10 force damage on a failed save or half on a success every single time you hit. Keep in mind the type of extra damage you get on other 20th level avatar form features is like an extra attack per round. This is like every single attack is doing a hyper fireball. It's just too much. Just too much. I would spend a little bit of time and familiarize yourself with other paladins if you really are keen on this being a paladin. But based on the flavor that you described, this should be a ranger. I would just try building this idea as a ranger instead. It doesn't really matter that that one part is still once per long rest, because that feature alone once per long rest is enough. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's just a little bit too much, my guy. So I encourage you to keep working on it if you want to, but this doesn't feel like a paladin to me. I wouldn't build this to be a paladin. And I would spend a lot of energy and brain power towards making sure that it's balanced somewhat reasonably compared to other subclasses of the same class that you decide to make it in. Because There's a lot of things that people struggle with in Naptime Shadows. Sometimes it's grammar, sometimes it's flavor, sometimes it's balance. And maybe it's all three for some, but I think for you, the biggest struggle is going to be balance, at least for now. But anyway, let's give a big round of applause to Naptime Shadows. Gabe, I just need you to know, if you say shit like that, you're basically telling me that you want me to put you in hard mode. I don't want you to put other people down. We're not putting other people down. But if you need me to put you down, I could crush your homebrew into the dirt, but I don't really want to do that. It's a lot of confidence to step into the room with. A lot of confidence. If you can stand up to it, if you can back the confidence up, I'm here for it. But if you come into the room, act like you got a big sword, you better have a bing fucking sword. You know? You come at Dracule Mihawk, you better not fucking miss. I made a One Piece reference. I'm so cool. I'm anime now. Wafers is next. Let's see. Cinder on hard mode run. Are there any time entropy-based domains for clerics? I'm gonna be honest, you shouldn't throw around stuff like that. It's bad energy. Yeah, fair. Was that to me or to him? I don't know. How much bludgeoning damage would a man take from a theoretical crushing? I don't know, 6. My name is Beza. That's a cool name. Who are you talking to? I don't know who he's talking to. But let me see. Waffers. Gabe, he's either talking to me or you. Yeah, that's what I thought. He was talking to you. Yeah, we're not here to compete with each other. We're not here to put each other down. I'm here to criticize the work that you do. Waffers says, this is my first homebrew, but please don't pull your punches. I'd appreciate feedback regardless. Wait, what? Regarding the class's power budget. The budget of power. It doesn't matter if it's not meant to be competitive. If you say, I want to show, you got to see my homebrew so you see some good stuff. What do you think that implies? What is implied when you say, I want you to see my homebrew so you can see some good stuff? What's the implication there? Chat. Because to me, the implication is that the other stuff's bad, which is judgmental in a way that's shitty. I hope that if Cinder read it, he could show more of what he wants. I don't know what you're talking about. I always show what I want. You the one that I want? I need everyone to answer me. I am the king of this castle. Okay. Revised Inquisitive. Did I look at this already? Why is it called the Revised? You don't need to answer me, Butt Poncho. You can do whatever you want. Listen, you're a visitor here. You're a traveler. You're on my bus, but you don't need to pull the bell. An archetypal revised inquisitive. It's weird that it's called the Revised Inquisitive. You excel at rooting out secrets and unraveling mysteries. You rely on your sharp eye for detail, but also... Oh, is this just a different Inquisitive rogue? Why did you do that? Do we need a Revised Inquisitive rogue? I like the Inquisitive rogue. How did you change it? I guess let's see. The regular one gets ear for deceit, where you can't roll lower than a 7 on insight. And you can do the investigation perception stuff as a bonus action, and then you can read the person to get sneak attack on them at 3rd level. Your intelligence gives you strong attention to detail. You have a choice of using wisdom, insight, and perception skills as intelligence-based ones. Detectives starting at 3rd level. Some suggest that your hunch is so precise it borders on arcane. You can use a bonus action to cast Identify spell without material components. Just forever? You can just cast Identify as a bonus action infinitely? At will? That's very strong. This is immediately too strong. And I'm going to be honest, I don't agree that you should be using intelligence for insight perception. Yeah, it's not inquisitive, it's investigative. It's different. Some classes needs revisions, but I don't think the inquisitive is among them. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be very honest. If it continues on this path of like stuff like this, which is just like this is just way too strong, then it's like, yeah, I mean, you just made a thing that's stronger. Okay, let's see how insightful fighting has changed. Bonus action, wisdom, insight check against the creature. Deception check, is it just the same? The creatures with intelligence score below yours have disadvantage. Why? They become detected. While a creature is detected, you have your sneak attack against them. I would drop this part. This just feels weird. Defensive insight. What is it for 9th level? Normally at 9th level, you have advantage on perception and intelligence checks you make so you have advantage on investigation and perception checks. You move slow. You have advantage on so here's the deal. Here's the deal. We're going to stop reading this piece here. I am okay with somebody being like, I don't like the assassin rogue. I don't like the inquisitive rogue. I don't like the spore druid, so I'm going to make my own version of it. And I'm okay with you even keeping some of the original. What I'm not okay with is you changing it by just keeping the original and then just adding stuff on top of it. I don't think inquisitives need more to spruce up in combat. They're a fucking rogue. Rogues get plenty of... You get the easiest fucking sneak attack of any rogue. Rogues get rogues. The core rogue class is 90% of what you need to get to be doing combat damage. I feel like I understand wanting to, like, if you don't like the inquisitive rogue because it doesn't do enough combat stuff, it's not because the inquisitive rogue doesn't work, it's because you don't like the vibe of the inquisitive rogue. You know, if you want to be doing more damage or being more combat focused as a rogue, you go Phantom, you go Soul Knife, you go Arcane Trickster, Swashbuckler potentially. But like, you know, I don't know. I just like, they're really not, it's just like, it's not designed to be super combat oriented. They're one of your least favorites because the pillars they want to strengthen are weak in the system already. Insightful fighting was essentially made pointless by the aim option. That's a good point. But that's their thematic point. Yeah, swashbucklers anytime. I like swash. Yeah, okay. Steady aim is really unfun. I'm not even familiar with it. It was a good bonus action, and you can get your sneak attack off, something like that. Is Unerring Eye the same? It's an action. You just made it a bonus action? Yeah, I'm going to stop reading it here. I'm going to be honest. I don't think you should revise pieces by just making them stronger. I think you can revise them by making them different, but just making them stronger feels silly. It's just power creep. It's just like intentional power creep. Anyway, thank you, Wafers, for sharing. Let's give a little round of applause to Wafers. Thank you, thank you, thank you. There has been really great submissions thus far. The power scaling is just too powerful. Thematically, they have been amazing. Yeah, I mean, listen, everybody, have they all been thematically amazing? I can't vouch for that. I don't remember what they all were off the top of my head, but I usually like them a lot. Power is one of the things that I think people struggle with the most when they're writing homebrew, especially if they're not actively sharing it with other people. Because you can get really caught in your own head about how powerful something is or isn't. Often it isn't until you share with other people that you get a good sense of that. because you're only ever thinking about the game as you play it, right? You're not really thinking about the game as it is played in totality, because your experience is just your own, and that limitation sort of limits your ability to foresee what might happen a little bit. All right, we're gonna pause and I'm gonna call my friend. Give me 1 second. What'd she say? All right, I'm calling her. Let's see if she picks up. Pick up the phone.
Yo, what's up?
Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Good. I was wondering where you went. We stopped to finish the harpy thing and then ran off and killed a druid. Currently just vibing in the druid library, stealing knowledge and whatnot.
That's cool. I'm streaming. We're looking at Homebrew, yelling at people, taking calls.
Oh shit.
How's your so you're on my stream too. We're on each other's. Wow.
Oh my god. You
How's
guys.
how's the game going? Fun?
Yeah, so far so good, dude. I'm so hooked on it. I might start like streaming on weekends and stuff if I can, just to get further into the story, because like otherwise I'll just go off on my own and play my personal playthrough, and then I'll surpass where we're at here and we'll no longer be blind, and I don't want that. So.
Do you ever want guests to play weird little gnomes with funny haircuts?
Yes, so at some point I do want to have guests come on when I'm a little further into the story, and then have like, you know, you swing by 1 week, Endeavor swing by another week, Endo swing by another week, something like that. All your guys' favorite creators might swing by at some point. I might ask Marcus Territory if he wants to join.
How's stream going? Have people been getting? Can people get memberships yet? Is that a thing? Have you unlocked that power?
I have not a thing yet, but I'm working on it. I'm
Hey,
talking to
chat! Not my chat. My chat, you do whatever you want. Hey, Diana's chat, listen. Sooner than later, she's gonna get the... Listen, all of you shut up. I love you. Listen to me. All of you shut up and listen. Soon, she is going to get the ability to make money through streaming, okay? I don't know when, but she's gonna be able to... You're gonna be able to get subs. Y'all need to get some motherfucking... Y'all better sub to my dear Diana, because she is very actively trying to figure out how much... She's going crazy. She's going to make herself work so hard. So make sure to throw this wonderful woman some bones when you get a chance. You don't...
in every sense.
Diana, you don't have to say that, but I think it's appropriate to yell it to your stream on your behalf. I hope that's okay.
Yeah, once it's a thing, maybe I'll push a little more. As of right now, we all got our hands tied.
You don't ever need to push it. But letting your friends push it for you is a wonderful way to go about it. Is chat nice? Do you like them? Who's your favorite chatter and who's your least favorite chatter?
Oh my god, chat is so nice. Venom actually just popped in. He has actually been sending tips on Venmo after every single fucking session, and so he's totally circumventing this subscriber thing. Venom. I haven't skipped by it. I just only ever see it after the sesh is done.
You crazy.
But thank you so much for that. But yeah, anyway, if my chat is listening, also go say hi to CinderBlocksally. I get a lot of questions from you guys about like Homebrew and things like that. I don't know shit about Homebrew, but you know who does? It's my good friend Cinder. He's more on YouTube though, but he does do lives as well. I've popped in on 1 or 2 of them actually. So if you go look at the VODs, if you want more Diana content, I'm there as well. He's got a great network, great community. Love him to death.
Have you watched any of the live action One Piece?
No. Should I?
Okay, here's what I'm gonna say. Are you familiar with what the concept of One Piece is? Like this anime that's way too long?
I know that I had an ex-boyfriend who started trying to watch it and like...
Yeah, so I have... Everybody's obsessed with it. It's like this... Okay. It seems like... It's like 1,000 episodes, and everyone's like, oh, it gets really good after like 300 episodes. I have no interest in watching it. It seems way too fucking long. Every time somebody... I get so much homebrew based off of it, and it's always broken. It doesn't make sense, and I've started to just really not like it as an idea. But then the live action one came out, and I watched the first couple episodes, and I fucking love it. So I don't want to start watching the anime, but it was shocking how much I enjoyed the live action, considering how much I don't like the anime, even though I never saw it before. Like I was going in with a dark feel. I was going in expecting to not like it. I was like, I'm gonna just watch a little bit so I can know I don't want to watch it. And then it was like, oh wait a minute, I want to hang out with Dracule Mihawk and go be a pirate. Oh my god.
Fucking who?
This is the nature of the show. There is a guy that looks like a vampire whose name is Dracule Mihawk, who has a giant sword that's a cross. Is he a vampire? No. Are there vampires in the show? I don't think so. Why is his name Dracule? Because he looks like a vampire. Why does he look like a vampire? Because his name's Dracule? I don't know. Whoever made this is fucking crazy, but it's got some good goofy stuff in it. It's very silly. It's very nonsense.
It sounds like nonsense. Also, Kalak Ramir says hello from Cinder's chat. I think your folks are heading over and saying hi. And if any of my folks want to say hi, you can run 2 streams at once. Watch them one on each monitor for all I care. It's going to be absolute chaos for your ears. But either way, wonderful talking to you, Cinder. I absolutely want to have you on at some point.
Yeah, we'll hang soon. I want to get back to reading Homebrew, but I saw your messages, so I felt bad that I forgot to call you back. So I wanted to call you and say hi.
Oh no! All right. Well, everyone say goodbye to Cinder's chat. You're not gonna be able to hear him. But
no, listen. It's fine. It's fine. Don't say goodbye. I'm a timeless, eternal, eldritch being. Time is a flat circle. We're all together forever. Yo, I think I'm gonna be able to join Curse of Strahd for the next one.
You are.
I think so.
Oh, fuck yeah.
I'm super excited. Okay, but I'll leave you to it. Guys, be really nice to Diana. She's awesome. Give her high fives forever. And guide her through the path of evil and kill everybody. Good job.
Sounds good. Talk to you later.
All right, bye-bye, buddy. All right, that was Diana of the Rose. One of my friends. She's a pretty cool person. She's a bigger TikToker than I am. And she just got into streaming, and she's doing pretty dang well for someone that just got into streaming. I got to say, she's doing pretty dang well. All right, let's do another spin of the wheel, I think. Dude, live action One Piece is so good, and I don't understand it. I don't understand how it's so good. Nick, you better fucking explain it to me. Hey, Cinder. This is a barbarian class around Dragonborns. I read this already, Nick. I forgot to erase it from last time. We looked at it yesterday. Why did the vampire guy look not cringe? I don't know. I don't know why. Because he's fucking awesome. Because he's awesome is why he's not cringe. Because he's a little... I think somebody... Actually, I might make a video about this. There were 2 comments. I made a video about how Mihawk is, like, not cringe, but he should be. And it was more just about my befuddlement around it. But I do think that 2 comments sort of put it together nicely. One is that one person said the difference between cringe and cool is sincerity. And I agree that his character is quite sincere feeling. And then the other thing is... the other thing that somebody said was his character is also a little silly in a way that it fits the show being a little silly. So he feels very present and authentic. I would be gone right now, but your girlfriend is asleep and you can't call her, so you're still here? Oh, sorry, buddy. There's a new class. Sorry. I hope this one piques your interest. None of them ever do. It's meant to be a full support disabler with barely any direct damage capabilities. Haven't finished the subclasses yet, but considering usually I read level 1 or 2, it seems like it's not a problem. It's not a problem, and I'm so glad you know I'm only going to read level 1 and 2. Someone once said that the sign of a bad character is that it takes over everything, but Mihawk seems to fit perfectly in while being distinct. I would also say the sign of an annoying person to hang out with is somebody that takes over everything. Whose chat is very nice? Diana's? That's good. It better be. I'm sure that would be weird if they weren't. Okay, let's look at what we get. Let's look a little bit here. So we're a little guy, D6s, light and medium armor though, simple weapons, strength, intelligence, and dex. At first level, we get attachment and siphon. We have 3 soul fragments. Attachment. Starting at first level, you learn to attach the fragments of your soul to other creatures. As a bonus action, you can attach a soul fragment to the creature you can see that is, within 60 feet of you. The fragment stays attached until you call it back as a bonus action, or the creature is more than 500 feet from you. I feel like I would make the range shorter. regardless of what it does. As an action, you can call the soul fragment back. If you attach all of your soul fragments to other creatures, your body is treated as incapacitated, and the only action you can take are siphon stats and an action to call the soul fragments back. Okay, that's kind of an interesting idea. The attachments end automatically when you die. What do they do? Do you really not explain what they do? All right, let's read the other feature. Siphon stats. Starting at first level, you gain the ability to influence other creatures. As an action, you can target a creature that you have a soul fragment attached to and force it to make an intelligence saving throw. Ooh, why an intelligence saving throw? Intelligence is like the strongest saving throw to force a creature to make. On a failure, you decrease one of their stats by 2, or decrease 2 of them by 1. Oh man, is this what it's really going to be built all around? I am going to say something now that you're not going to love. I don't think you should build a class around lowering creatures' stats. There's a couple reasons why. The main one being it falls into the same issues as bounded accuracy. It's just like, it just fucks with core fundamentals of the game that I don't think work well. You also get into stuff like, how many times can you do this on a creature? How much can the stats be lowered by? How long does it last? There's a lot of stuff going on here that I think would need to be covered. Does it? Let's see. Maybe it clarifies it. Oh, and your own stats go up. Okay. Yeah, I don't know, man. Nah. Also, the way that it's written, yeah, you can just keep doing it. Yeah, and it is a ton of work on the DMs. That's a good point, Derek, because you're constantly needing to adjust your like stat block for your monster. And don't make all of your abilities based off intelligence saving throws. That's so specific. That's way too specific. Yeah, I think we're going to stop reading this piece here. I think that having your 2 core class features be based on intelligence saving throws and one of them be something that I just think doesn't work. I don't know. I don't know, man. Not for me. Not for me. I wouldn't do it. There might be a way you could do something where you have some like minimal ways that you can like fuck with creatures, things where they can get penalties to attack rolls or to saving throws or to AC even. But I feel like targeting the stats specifically just doesn't work. This should be a Constitution or Charisma saving throw. I mean, honestly, a Constitution saving throw would make a lot more sense for this one, for sure. But even then, I don't know if that is what matters here. I think the core concept is flawed in a way where I struggle with how to solve it. Like, I would look at things like Bane and Bless, where they're not targeting saving abilities. They're not targeting skill stats. They're targeting types of rolls. And maybe you could target types of rolls. Yeah. I don't know. An attachment isn't really a feature. Attachment is just a part of Soul Siphon. Like, it doesn't really do anything on its own. So it feels weird that it's sort of sitting separate. I'm not going to say anything else. I don't really have anything else to say. If somebody handed me this class, I would not allow it. I would be like, what does this do? This makes my job hard as a dungeon master. And that doesn't sound like it would be fun for me to fuck with. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm sorry that I'm not reading more, but again, this is what happens when you send me a class, is I look at the beginning features, I tell you what I think, and I move on. You sign up for a less thorough review when you decide to send me a full class. All right, Squid, thank you for the piece. Let's give Squid a round of applause for putting themselves on hard mode by sending me a class. Alrighty. Let's spin again. You got her to pronounce your name correctly? That's good. Jonah Butterfield. That's a great name. She's a streamer. She's a friend of mine. This is a class. I don't want to read another class. I just don't want to read another class right now. I'm spinning again. I'm not taking you off the wheel. I'm just spinning again. I'm so tired of reading classes. If somebody timestamps this stream, don't put that on it, because that doesn't count. I didn't review anything. Maybe if it's not immediately after another one, I'll look at it again. And it comes up. Inspired by Black Company, trying to get the vibe of a professional soldier with a long career. Need the most help with power level, and which features should be at what level. This is from Dice Admiral. This is not a link I'm familiar with. What is... Oh, you have like a... What is this? Is it like a Notion or something? Oh, it's a fighter subclass. Okay. Good night, Tradosio. Get home safe, buddy. Years upon years of battle have forged veterans into efficient and versatile weapons. Veterans have diverse skills... Veterans have diverse skill sets earned from grueling conditions and far-flung travels. They're always ready to fight, have a friendly conversation, or share stories of valuable information. Read Texas author notes. I'm going to be honest here. There's not a lot about what this thing actually feels like to play here. I would consider that as you're working on it. Third level feature. Are all of these at third level? Looks like it, I guess. Okay. Third level, campaign experience. Your tours of battle have taken you to great many places. You've seen all kinds of things and met all kinds of people. You gain the following benefits. You gain proficiency in history, medicine, or animal handling. Gain proficiency with a gaming set or music of your choice. Learn an additional language of your choice or sign language. Okay, that seems cool. I like that. I feel like veteran would have to be a high-level adventurer by definition. Well, it depends on if they're out of the game. Where's the PTSD feature? That's funny. Soldier stamina. Your career has trained you to take rest when you can get it. You can gain the benefits of a short rest after resting for 10 minutes. This time follows the normal restrictions for short rest. This is really strong. Just so you know. Everything that matters on a fighter is based on short rests. I'd be careful with this one. Reliable strikes. Countless hours of drills and battle experience have given you an unconscious ease with your weapon, making it a constant threat even in precarious situations. When you make a weapon attack, you can choose to make a reliable strike. If you do, instead of rolling, treat the die result as a 10. You can use this as a... Oh, interesting. Oh, interesting. Huh. What do you guys think about reliable strike? Twice per short rest, you can decide to roll a 10 on an attack roll. I like it. I think it's fine. It seems interesting. I think it works because it's limited. Yeah, I like it. I don't know how I feel about Soldier's Stamina. I might replace it with something else. This could either be really nice against low CR creatures or not great against... Yeah, it's situational, but that's fine, right? And at the end of the day, realistically, most monsters that you're fighting, if you roll a 10 on the die, if you're going by any sort of normal D&D balance, rolling a 10 usually means you're hitting. Yeah, exactly, Nathan. Exactly. Butt Poncho says it's kind of bland, but no more bland than the champion. I agree, but I also think that that is a flaw that comes from the subclass idea, which is a veteran, which is, in my opinion, kind of bland. So if you can express that bland idea well, then maybe it's fine. But I think that this is fine, right? This is just getting a couple extra stuff. I like this a lot. I think we need something else here. I would get rid of this and pick something else. I don't know what, but something else. Something else I would say, you know what I would say, Admiral, Dice Admiral? Here's the, you think it comes across better later? You can't wait till later for something to come across good. More than 50% of D&D games don't go past level 5. So if you are counting on higher level stuff to help you feel like the thing, you are making a mistake. What I would say what I would say to you, Dice Admiral, is you should think about what unique thing, what makes this fighter unique? What makes a veteran unique as opposed to just a fighter? Like in an interesting way, not like in a stereotypical way, but what unique, interesting things does a veteran come with? And then try to slam those into mechanics as early as you can. Quick with words. Your long history in different lands has allowed you to be able to communicate without sharing a common language. You can communicate with creatures who don't speak any language you know. You must observe the creature interacting for at least 1 hour, after which you learn enough keywords and gestures to communicate on a rudimentary level. You have advantage on checks to read and understand written text in languages you don't know. That's kind of neat. I like that. If you watch a creature for an hour where you can communicate with them a little bit, I think that's cool. I would maybe clarify what rudimentary level means a little bit. Like maybe even give an example. Where is the bathroom? Something. Reliably deadly. You know how to focus your fight to strike weak points. When you make an attack using your reliable strike feature, the attack deals an extra 1d8 damage of the same type. This is okay. It's okay. I don't feel strongly about it in any direction. It's not really evocative of anything. It's just making reliable strike better. Level 10. Your long experiences have left you with a wealth of full of useful information. I think you got an extra of in there. Get rid of that. During a long rest, this music got too intense too quickly. Let's change that. Your long experience has left you blah, blah, blah. During a long rest, you can spend an hour to tell a story to up to 5 creatures that can hear or see you. You can choose, you and the chosen creatures gain one of the following benefits of your choice. You make all choices and your choice applies to all listeners. Okay. Skills, languages. The listening creature gains a bonus to checks made using that skill, a skill that you choose. What's the bonus? Equal to your proficiency bonus for 8 hours. A creature can gain this benefit for a given skill once for every 10 days. I see that you're saying the intent is not to a stat. Why? I'm going to be honest here. If you can tell that you need to do something like this kind of limiter to make this work, what that means is that this doesn't work, because this limiter, in my opinion, is lame as hell. So I think you need to think of a different way to manifest this. I would probably make it a once-a-day thing. That's what I would do. You can spend 10 minutes telling a story, pick a skill. Once within the next 24 hours, when a creature rolls that specific skill check, they can add a bonus to that check. Something like that. Language. Choose a language you know or that you picked. Listeners gain the benefit of your quick with words feature for that language. Oh, that's cool. I like that. I think that one's just fine. I might not refer back to quick with words because I think quick with words is actually not super good at explaining how it works. So I might just say they can like rudimentarily speak and give, again, some examples of what that means. Or maybe you don't need to give examples of that means if you explain it clearly enough. This story thing would be great in Rally where you would... yeah, it's true. In Rally, we do have a lot of campfire time. The imagery of an old fighter sharing war stories is pretty strong. I agree. I kind of wish this was the 3rd level feature, not a 10th level feature. 15th level in endless endurance. You've trained your body to keep moving and working in the most tiring of conditions. When you are subject to an effect that applies the poisoned or frightened conditions or a level of exhaustion, you can use your action to ignore that part of the effect. Everything else still applies. You can use this feature twice, regaining spent uses on a long rest. Huh. I think there's got to be a limit on how long you ignore the effect for. Maybe. Like, what if you could ignore the effect for an hour? Or, like, what if you can ignore the effect for 10 minutes? Actually, it would make it less. You can ignore the effect for 10 minutes or until it ends, whatever comes first. So if the effect would last longer than 10 minutes, after 10 minutes, it clicks back in. What I'm saying, Dice Admiral, is I feel like I don't like that it's just an automatic, you aren't poisoned or frightened or exhausted. I mean, I guess that could work. Poisoned, I feel like, honestly doesn't really fit, because I feel like poison endurance and being a traveler endurance are kind of different. I imagine this would either be for instantaneous spells or stuff that you're regularly making saves for anyway. Like, I don't know. I feel like if I was going to do endless endurance, I would lean into, like, you know, maybe you have advantage against spells, or you advantage on saving throws or skill checks to avoid being exhausted, and maybe some also element of some bonus to some constitution or strength related things a couple times per day. That's where I would put it, endless endurance, but that's just me. It's all right. It's another one where it's like, I'm not I don't know, there's just not a lot of vibe in it. 18th level, Deadly Strike. Your talent for accurate attacks has allowed supernatural levels of deadliness. When you make an attack with your reliable strike, you can treat the die as a 20 instead of a 10. No, I would not do this. I would make a new feature for this. Come up with something new for 18th level. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, man. Some of this stuff I think works really well. I think a lot of it is kind of bland in a way that I wish there were more evocative parts. And I think some of it feels sort of random. This mostly just feels random. Yeah, so I think it's an interesting idea, but I think what you're mainly gonna struggle with is the thing that I felt immediately, which is like a veteran doesn't feel like a subclass to me. And I think that the challenge you have to face is to how to make a veteran feel like a subclass. And I feel like Storied Past is the best part of that so far. So I would think about maybe leaning into that as a core mechanic earlier, and maybe moving some stuff around a little bit to help figure that out, how to do that in a way that's balanced. It's a neat idea. It's a hard one, though, because, again, a veteran feels more like a character or a background than a subclass. But if you can make it work, if you think you can find a niche, a mechanical niche that works, go for it. Interesting idea. Also, I do like the layout is interesting. A suggestion that I would make is, if you're going to keep using this layout, don't make the level names the same as the thing names, because I'm getting confused. Like, I'm sort of like, I almost need like level 3, and then I need, these are all the things under level 3, and I need that to feel clear, as opposed to it just sort of looking the same as the same title. If that makes sense. Hope that makes sense. Should make sense. All right, let's give a big round of applause to Dice Admiral. The Admiral of the Dice. I'm not really sure what Black Company was, but if you do think it leans itself more towards Mage Slayer, then yeah, Mage Slayer is a really cool vibe, for sure. Mage Slayer is a great vibe. A vibe I encourage strongly. All right, let's do another spin. Taylor Swaghart. First brew, this is No as a deck of mostly magic. If it's a really long list of things, I'm probably not going to read them. But I'll read a little bit of them. Not technical. What are we looking at here? Not technically an in-game item and is closer to a deck of many things. However, this deck has item card effect and NPC cards. The NPC cards cause you to roll a d20. I'm going to be honest. I'm not going to review this piece. You need to format it better first. This is not formatted like anything. I don't even know what I'm looking at here. Yeah. Not formatted well enough. I'm sorry. You need to at least make it written like an item if it's going to be an item. If it's going to be an ability, write it like an ability. Jonah Butterfield. Still don't want to look at a class. Lucas. The expanded spell list is split in two. One half is the official spells, the other is homebrew spells. Alright, I'm probably not going to look at the homebrew spells. The Sanguinary. Did I look at this already? I don't think so, but it looks very familiar. The font is very familiar. In a hunt spurred by tales of vampires, necromancers, and occultists, you seek dominion over flesh and blood. In your pursuit of these macabre arts, you have uncovered something corrupting, a hunger that looms ever-present wherever you roam, promising a great reward if you satiate it. Interesting. Okay. So you need to know that if you are making a warlock, this is not a full expanded spell list. You only have a half list here, because if you're not using these, ones in your game, then you only have this. So you should come up with a full list, I think, for if you're not using homebrew spells, personally. Let's look at Halo of Gore. When a creature you can see within 30 feet of you is reduced to 0 hit points, you can use your reaction to gain temporary hit points equal to your... This is just what... Oh my god. My guy. Let me just... When a creature is reduced to 0 hit points within 30 feet of you, you can gain temporary hit points equal to your charisma modifier plus your warlock level. You can use this charisma modifier times per long rest. While you have these temporary hit points, you can use a bonus action to make ranged spell attacks that deal 1d6 necrotic damage. And they get stronger when you get higher levels in this class. This is so similar to the Fiend Warlock's ability. It's too similar. It's just too similar, my guy. I am going to tell you, and you might not want to hear this, but it's too similar. I would build it again from the ground up. I'm not even going to... It's too similar. I'd build it again from the ground up. I know that it has an additional interaction. I read the additional interaction. I'm telling you, it's too fucking similar. It's the kind of thing where it becomes a what's the point? Like, you get such few options to... Like why does it need to do this? Is this what you need? Do you need to do what the Fiend Warlock does to feel like this type of Warlock? Why? You shouldn't need to take word for word another Warlock subclass feature to successfully feel like your subclass. That means you're in a bad place. So I would change it. I would do a ground up rechain. Ground up rehaul. Vigorous Ichor. You have resistance to necrotic damage, and you have advantage on saving throws against disease and being poisoned. I don't think this is enough for 6th level. I think we need a little bit more here. Yeah, I don't know what it should be. I'm not really sure what this is supposed to feel like. The language made me feel like maybe it was going to be a vampire, but I'm not really feeling. It just seems like it's sort of like grimdark. So I don't know exactly what else should be here, but there should definitely be something else at 6th level. This is not enough. 10th level. Sanguine Detonation. Your mastery of the body allows you to turn dead into vile weapons. As an action, don't say may, say can. Lord almighty, guys. Come on now. Cause the corpse of a slain creature to move up to 30 feet and burst. Each creature within 10 feet of the corpse, when it bursts, must make a saving throw or take 5d8 necrotic damage. Why 5d8? This feature has no effect on corpses of undead or constructs. Once you use it, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest. I'm going to be honest here. This feels... the math is not right, but the mechanics, this feels like a 14th level feature, not a 10th level feature. Most of the time, Warlock 14th level features are once-a-day things that do a big burst of damage. So it's a little weird to see a once-a-day thing that does a big burst of damage at 10th level. How big's the AoE? Oh, within 10 feet of the corpse. Yeah, because if you cast it on a giant creature, the AoE becomes huge. That's a really good point. This should probably be your 14th level feature. You just make the damage higher. Apex Transfusion. In your presence, the border between life and death narrows. As an action, you can target a number of creatures equal to your proficiency bonus within 60 feet. Each of these creatures takes 2d10 necrotic damage. Any creature that has 25 hit points or fewer after taking this damage must succeed on a con saving throw or be destroyed. This is just too strong. Okay, here's what you're gonna do. You're just gonna completely gut rid of this. You're gonna have to gut this. You're gonna have to gut this a little bit, my guy. I would completely get rid of this feature. If you like the idea of doing proficiency bonus to like make creatures have to make saving throws or take damage, and you like that idea, you can keep this if you want. I would not do the 25 hit points or fewer dies. And I certainly wouldn't heal you for that much. Oof, magoof. I would figure out how to turn this into something that you could do more commonly, more actively, as opposed to just once per day. And I would make that the 10th level feature. And I would make this the 14th level feature. And I would make the damage higher. Yeah, I think I'm not really sure what to... I think that you're shooting yourself in the foot really early with this Halo of Gore. And I wish it was something different, because it would help me so much in my ability to understand what this is supposed to feel like when you play it. But it just makes me think Fiend Warlock, and then this is just damage resistances. So honestly, the main feature that I'm leaning on to be like, what is this supposed to feel like, is this. The exploding a corpse. Which I think is probably the most interesting feature. So I'm not sure what your goal is with this in terms of mechanical loop or vibe, but I would strongly encourage you to take a little bit of time and to think about that, and to think about if you can come up with new features that are not word for word taken from other features to inspire how they work. And then also like make sure you are not just paying attention to the other Warlock features in terms of how powerful they are or what they do mechanically, but like the vibe that they like. Warlocks, like you know, you're gonna want to make sure it's balanced against those other Warlock subclasses. It is the mace effect. Yeah, it's the Mace of Disruption. Yeah, but again, I wouldn't do that. Like, let's make original stuff, and like, I don't know. I'm much more comfortable with doing this 25 hit points or fewer thing, or if it's single target, not if it's many creature target. But yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting idea, I think. I don't really know what it's supposed to be, if I'm being honest. So I actually don't know if it's an interesting idea. I'll say this is an interesting idea. I think that we need to see more of its earnest self and less of it relying on the laurels of others. Yeah, that's all I feel about that. Thank you very much, Lucas. Let's give Lucas a round of applause. Is there a schedule for topics, or can you just ask for some help? You can just ask for some help. The wheel is just homebrew review stuff. But you can just ask for help if you need some help. Help! I need somebody, help! Not just anybody, etc. Alrighty. 1 second, guys. Alright, friends. We are gonna have to start wrapping up. Your dungeon master is getting tired and has a couple of things he's got to do before he old Betty bye. But do not fret. If your piece did not get looked at tonight, it will get looked at later. Tomorrow night, we will be doing more stuff with, what's his name? GM Workshop on their channel. It should be good. We'll be back Thursday night for the member review. Member review Thursday night. Very exciting. And then probably we'll be doing something on Saturday, and then definitely doing something again on Sunday. So we'll be around. We'll be around. So don't fret. I gotta pace myself back into streaming. I can't be doing 15-hour streams immediately. How do I rule Eldritch Blast? I rule it's awesome. I don't you didn't ask a question. How do I rule it? How do I rule Eldritch Blast? You roll your spellcasting attack thing, and then it hits a creature, and if you're level 5, you can do it twice, and if you're level, it doesn't mention line of sight. There's no way it doesn't mention line of sight. I guess okay. It doesn't mention line of sight, but here's the deal. If you can't see the creature, 9 times out of 10, they have full cover. So, it wouldn't hit them anyway. But no, I would argue if you can't see a creature, you're definitely making that attack a disadvantage, and it might miss, and it might automatically miss if they have cover. And if somebody was trying to juke it in a way that wasn't that, I would say that person was being annoying, and I would tell them to shut up. Attacks don't pass through walls. Exactly. Tell them to shut up. Say attacks don't pass through walls. Just say that. You don't need to say anything more than that. But you know what you do need to say, and you can say it to me, is you can say, well, you don't need to say it to anybody, but you can say it to me. Good night. I love you. Have a good night.
I don't think about it. About you leaving me. I don't know who I'd be would everything we built just turn to broken leaves. I don't think about it. Do you think of me? Walking out that door. we don't think about it. We just fall into each other's arms, and we laugh and we cry, we dry each other's eyes, but we don't talk about it.